Okay, I need to figure out how to replace this stuff. Okay, I need to figure out how to replace this stuff. Turn that off. Yes, the sampler trees thingy. Where did that come from? I know what it looked like. I don't know what it was called though. What is this? The sampler rocks. Okay, so I'm gonna move that to the left. Everything that I need to replace a landscape thing on. Essentially. Is it in here? Yeah, here it was. So this is the stuff here. So generators part, where does that come from? Root asset table. Need to figure out how these ones over here get passed in. I need to replace them with my own. Should I look in like they're called shared trees. And what is a broadleaf forest? Just a name. Doesn't really help me much. And so what is the difference here? It's a definition, and then this is a... Okay, here's where the shared trees gets passed in. Now, is it... So I do apply core biomes. So I'm wondering, do I just need to, Oh no, I've lost myself again. Or was it assign assets? Oh, it was this one. Run generators? Where did this get called from? Biome core run generators. Right, okay. Okay, that's prepare generators. Resolve generators from assets. So what's it doing? Just taking in it's just accessing these, and then they have like biome setup. setup tag on them or something. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I think this is where I need to start. First of all, getting rid of all these extra ones that I've opened that I don't need. Close to the right, there, okay. So I need to copy some of these. There's shared rock and trees, which are used by some of these different biome setup things, which are just, I guess, just actors that don't do anything other than hold data. And then I think the PCG biome stuff just like query those actors. So why don't I'm just gonna copy mountain forest. Can I duplicate? Is there a duplicate? There it is. I'll just call it my forest. Okay, so mountain forest is yellow. We'll delete. Just so that we don't have competing colors. Or maybe I should just change the color, because apparently it doesn't want to delete. Jesus, okay, thank you. The heck, where did... I've got like 2 different content browsers open. God, moving anything. There we go. Okay. We're good there. So this thing, close that. There we go. And then what is this? What does it represent? We'll just call it my forest. I don't know what it represents. These are the assets? Yeah, it's like the assets they spawn in the biome. Then they have a runtime one as well, which is an interesting concept. Okay, that's where we get to shared trees, and this has a connection to the graphs. What is this? Just settings? Oh, interesting. Okay. What does that do? Asset spatial noise settings. So wait, what? It's just PCG settings. I was flying most of the day, but at the airport I did translate mesh selection for a random subset of the vertices of a dynamic mesh. Random movement, 5% of the mesh size. Brutal performance. We'll revisit, of course, but I read that you can't do stuff on the GPU. It's all CPU, sad if true. You did that at the airport? No wonder it had poor performance. Where are you running that on? Like a laptop? Running that on like a ThinkPad? Translate mesh selection. Yeah, what was your performance? What were you seeing? And how many vertices did the mesh have? We're just gonna copy this guy again. But yeah, I guess it would all happen on this CPU. Unless you did like fancy stuff. Which I guess is what you were trying to do. Wait, that's not what I was trying to do. Get rid of that. Or was it? Oh, here we go. Laptop on balanced mode. 1,000? I mean, yeah, that sounds like brutal performance to me. You might try that on your desktop when you get home. Unless that's like your target hardware. I fucking hate flying though. I hate airports. I hate it all. It takes so long. It's so uncomfortable. I don't envy you. And doing game dev in an airport sounds even more uncomfortable. Okay, so here's where we can just get actor data. This is what I needed to replace the whole time. All rolled actors that are terrain chunks. Yeah, like I was saying, I probably mentioned this before, but like I had all my terrain chunks set up with procedural mesh components, which was working fine. And I wanted to try the dynamic mesh stuff so I could get access to some of these geometry script functions, but I tried to generate my terrain chunks with dynamic meshes, and it absolutely tanked my performance. Like, even just like rendering them, you know, I wasn't even trying to deform them at runtime or anything. So, yeah, they're certainly not the most performant things. But if you were to just want to shoot bullet holes in a cube mesh or like a wall, that would be pretty sufficient, right? And like I'm chopping trees with them, and it's not perfect right now, but I've got some tricks that I need to put in that I think can make it better. So I think it'll be fine for that as well. And when I actually like make, you know, maybe pay someone to actually make meshes for me, you know, maybe we can make them a little bit lower poly. Like, you know, not high poly, not low poly, maybe medium poly. So that they're performant and stuff. Okay, but this is what I wanted to change. So now I need to socket this into... yes. I'm so confused right now. I need to copy shared trees. Did I copy that already? Okay. So now that we have that, change this to my shared trees. What is this? Let's see, does anything happen with that? I like the functionality of dynamic mesh, so much utility in there and readable code. Yeah, the guy who made it, he put some videos on YouTube that I watched, and yeah, it's like super easy to use and everything. Like, yeah, and the code is written in a way that kind of explains what it does pretty well. I see no trees. Let's debug. Okay, that's still not returning anything. Why are we still trying the sampler? What are we trying here? We're passing in shared trees, but I've already replaced that in my... Wait, wait a second. I don't think I updated anything here. I didn't, yeah. Why isn't it working? Oh, I haven't done it yet. Yeah, that makes sense. Do I need to change this at all? These are just cubes. Okay, let's see what happens now. Okay, nothing. It's only sampler rocks? So it's only picking up on landslide? PCG Biomes setup. So yeah, I created one of those. It's only picking up on the landslide one. Of course, all their built-in ones are just sampling the landscape, and so I have to change them all to sample my terrain chunk actors. But why wouldn't that be picking up? What is this? It says get actor property. But what does this actually do? All world actors of BP biome setup. Why is it only getting one? Is this like multiple? Let's clean it up. Let's clean up and regenerate. I'm clicking all over the place right now. Why does this happen? It happens all the time. Something is preventing garbage collection. These happen to me all the time. Oh, there's a player controller. Oh, that's the one I spawned. Oops. Do you ever debug in smaller toy projects levels, or past a certain progress point it becomes useless? I do. I have some playground levels that I use routinely, and my startup, the default startup level I have is just like a playground with a bunch of random shit placed all over them. And like if I'm just doing like some simple AI that doesn't need like the world, you know, I do that, or some ability stuff, or like movement things it's really good for. But like right now I'm doing like all terrain world stuff. Like earlier today I was doing tree chopping, and right now I'm doing biomes, so I need like the big level. But yeah, I guess my player controller that I spawn in order to spawn things in editor is preventing me from changing levels. Kind of biting myself in the ass there with that one. Are we stuck? I'll try that again. I usually test my building stuff in the playground level as well. At least at first. Yeah, this is it. I placed a bunch of random ass meshes and stuff, and some AI and a colonist and whatnot. Wow, and it crashed. Why would that be? No, that's a bull. It's literally a boolean. What are you complaining about? Yeah, why is this? What are you saying to me? Like how would that throw an exception? I guess maybe I should probably check if they have a main hand weapon. What am I seeing that looks sick? My playground level with a bunch of shit thrown everywhere looks sick. I hope so. It's pretty sweet. It originally just came by default with ALS, which is what I like kind of first started with. I did my procedural terrain, then I went straight into ALS trying to get a character movement and locomotion going. And those two things were a slog to learn Unreal Engine with. It was probably not the right move to just dive headfirst into Unreal, C++, procedural generation, and C++ ALS. It's a very complex animation system that I'm hearing is outdated now. I guess the guy who originally made the plugin now works for Epic and made their new animation system, motion matching or whatever. Okay, let's load this level up from scratch and see if we get anything. Okay, there's our world. Okay, so that didn't generate anything. What are the main influences for your games? So definitely like vanilla World of Warcraft, RimWorld, Hades, Legend of Zelda, those kinds of things. Maybe a little bit of Civilization thrown in there, maybe. Just a little tasteful amount. Okay, so let me take a look at those graphs. My biome core, get that open. Okay, so we're still only getting... Yeah, I'm trying to combine a few different genres that haven't been combined yet into a game that I really want to play. Maybe it'll be pretty niche, but it'll be fun for me at the very least. You know, maybe a little bit of survival game in there as well, a little bit of Valheim. I think you'd probably notice. But yeah, I'm essentially wanting to go for a RPG colony sim roguelike. This is the goal. And it's going to be completely procedural, which is what I'm working on now. Because I'm going for maximum replayability, because it's a game I want to play forever, right? Like, RimWorld is probably one of my top played games, like 1,500 hours plus. Right up there with World of Warcraft. I have no idea how many hours I have in World of Warcraft, but WoW taught me how to code, so... That just goes to show you how much I love, like, the classic version of WoW. Yeah, so why I'm getting get actor property. Y class, BP, PCG Biome setup. I have many of these in the level. It only seems to be finding one. Okay, so I need to delete, before I change levels, I have to delete the player controller or else it's going to crash. Oh, it doesn't want to be deleted. Uh-oh. We stuck? I can't delete it. You know what I should do? I should delete it afterwards. Where's my chunk? Spawn. Oh no, it doesn't happen there. It happens in endless terrain. There we go. Hey Moxie. Come here. Oh, are you stretching? Oh, okay, come here. Come here, puppy dog. There she is. Hello. Hello. They love you, Moxie. Puppy dog. Moxie, look at the camera. Look up there. Look up there. She is a cutie, isn't she? Little Chunko Pup. Okay, you can run along now. And she goes, waddling away as haphazardly as she came. Doing dev work without a dog, what a sad existence, I know. I was thinking about putting a little puppy bed right here and trying to get my dog to just chill there for the stream, get some shameless viewers or followers, you know. Yeah, so I want to throw this out here. So at the very end of this, you gotta have some sort of animal, right? Cat or dog. I won't discriminate. I might even accept, you know, like a ferret, perhaps. It is uninitialized, so I just have to set it to null pointer so it'll shut up. Okay, so I'm going to initialize the world again, and hopefully it will delete that. Player controller. Oh, it wasn't. Can I not? So I can spawn it. I can spawn it asynchronously, but I can't destroy it from the game thread. Why are you so picky, Unreal? Okay, one of them's still there. What if I clicked play? What would happen? I'll start with a plant. If you've watched Leon the Professional, I have no idea what that is. Hello, please. Okay, now everything's just completely frozen. It's not responding. Wonderful. It's taking up so much memory. A timer handle, huh? Okay, can we skip that? No? Okay, we'll have to rebuild. I'm missing the classics. 10 out of 10 Hitman movie with Natalie Portman. Super classic. She's a good actress. Loved her in Star Wars. And all those other movies that I definitely know that she was in. Okay, so maybe this will work better now that I have the controller deleting. I'm not going to generate some landscape without the controller being deleted, although maybe it'll reach that breakpoint again. But I want to check out the sample biome map and see if it's actually collecting all of the like the biome actors, the setup actors or whatever. Because it was only finding one of mine, even though I copied it straight from that level. Okay, let me check out. There it is. That's what I want. Need to regenerate here? Oh, it's generating right now. Okay. What do we got? What do we got? Okay, so it... So it only returns mountain forest. Are you not worried that making procedural terrain interesting is a huge task? My idea has nothing procedural about it, so I haven't thought about it too deeply. Yeah, it is. It's pretty ambitious, but I'm gonna do like the best job as I can, and I have some ideas for things. And you know, if you look at a game like Valheim, which was like a huge success and a great game, their biomes weren't any different at all, right? Well, each biome was different, but every biome of that type it's the same. You find the same stuff in there. It has the same mobs, same trees or whatever. And it's a very like sure, it's completely procedural, but it's a very linear open world in that way. And so I want to do something to where there's something more like a WoW zone. Like I have a big WoW map sitting above my computer that I look at every day. And so pull up an image here. So like this, I want to do something more like WoW's zones. Or like they're kind of cleanly defined zones and they have level ranges in them. And like some of these are very similar, like Elwyn Forest is like a very, you know, grass, green trees type of area. So is Mulgore over here. And so is Ashenvale is kind of like that, but it's kind of got some Night Elf influence in there. And so it's kind of got some purples and blues. And it's got more rivers and lakes and stuff like that. And so I'm planning to do something more like this, where each one of these is like, it's not like Valheim, where each forest biome you go in is, you know, level 1 to 10. And each, or what it starts out as, it goes meadows, black forest, and then swamp, and then mountains. And you kind of have to go through those biomes and you have to go find them. But I'm wanting to do something more like, you know, the level 1 to 10 zone could be, it could be a forest, it could be like a marsh, it could be a swamp, it could be a jungle, it could be like Westfall here, which is like very yellow farmland. Or like Barrens, where it's more like deserty. Or Duratar, where it's like red rocks, you know. I mean, you could say it's pretty intense, but like once you've developed like, you know, all the stuff that I'm doing now, it's just different assets and different textures and different noise. That's it. So, just gonna do as best I can. Yeah, a lot of it'll probably look pretty samey, but I think if you just make a good game and good enough procedural generation, then that, like, the procedural generation just exists to facilitate the rest of the game, in my eyes. You know, it's not like Why You Come. It's not like No Man's Sky, which is like the pinnacle of procedural generation, probably. And that's all about exploring procedural generated worlds. And so for a game like that, like, yeah, you need to make all those very interesting and different. But yeah, I have some ideas that I'm trying to execute on as we speak. Yeah, so back to this. So they're only getting one return here, and it's Mountain Forest. And I guess that makes sense, because all I see is forest. Although, like, what's spawning those? Desert, probably? When I think of rivers, caves, or waterfalls, they require... Yeah, I mean, I have some idea. Like, there's some things called purlin worms that I'm planning to use for caves. And for rivers, like, you can kind of... You can just put those on top of the map, right? And then you can just have the procedural terrain just literally move down wherever those lines are on the map. And so you just subtract the z-index, and then you've created kind of a river. And maybe I'll look into having, water that's not just at a single plane of existence, and anything below that is water. It's definitely not what I want to do in the long run, but... So let me look at their... I don't understand how to read this, because I'm looking at... wonder if I were to delete all the other ones in my other world, would that make it pick up the one that I want? Let's generate that. Let's see if it actually gets rid of the player controller now as well. Okay, cool, cool. It's trying to delete it, and it's not in the game thread. So, will that delete? I don't see it. So I think it's good. It's just gonna yell at me. But then be totally fine. Yeah, so let's delete the rest of these. Okay, press delete. Now we wait. Now we wait. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting because like different world seeds will have different starts, and like some starts, you know, different. Obviously, you're not going to find like a flame imp in a forest zone, and that's not going to have the same drops as like a fucking wolf that would spawn in a forest. And so, different starts could give you different kinds of playthroughs based on just what things are around, even though those things are still going to be starting at the same level. Okay, so I only have one biome setup class now. It should have the right tags because I copied it. Yes, it has PCG Biome setup. Save that. Generate. Nothing happened. Generate. Force generate. Also nothing happened. Great, great, great. Okay, it did pick up the right asset there, so it's kind of strange. Either it's like not showing everything or something like that, like this is happening multiple times and I'm only seeing one of them somehow. But yeah, it has my asset here. Still not spawning anything though, so that's great. Step through this. We do have this one. Is it my shared trees? Generator graph. It is my biomes generator sampler trees. Good. Good, good, good. So that's looking good. What do we got here? Sampler rocks. Uh-oh. We went from trees to rocks. Where did the rocks come from? Where did the rocks come from? Why are there so many entries for like the same? Oh no, I guess they're slightly different assets. I'll have to change those to my own once I get this working. Oh, here's the shared rocks. Okay. Do I copy the shared rocks now? Suppose I do. Move the rocks. Maybe it only wants to spawn rocks, and that's why I'm not seeing anything yet. I don't know what kind of noise and filters and stuff it's doing. Okay, my shared rocks. So I'll need to copy this one as well. I don't know why it takes so long to move these things. Okay, replace this with my get actor data. All world actors that overlap this bounds by class terrain chunk. We get multiple and parse actor. That's good. Just to make sure that is what I did with the other one, right? Multiple must overlap self. Yes, yes, yes. Save. Force generate. Anything. Bueller. Okay, going back to stepping through this. Do this have my... it's still saying the other one. I force regent. Oh, did I not? I didn't set it in the... yes, I need my shared rocks. They're mine. And I'm not sharing them. There we go, now it's got the shared ones. So let's force regenerate. Still nothing. Yeah, it does have my info to it. Run generators, so nothing comes out of here. Nothing comes out of that node. Okay, we got shared trees and shared rocks in here. Go to this node, we got points. Okay, where does it end? I think it ends here, yep. So nothing comes out of here. Nothing down here. What does this do? Subgraph override. Selected attributes generator graph. Which is the sampler, which is the, yes, my biomes generator. Sampler rocks, sampler trees, sampler rocks. Okay, so I have data, I have data, I have data, no data. I have data here. Can I inspect that? Surface. Primitive. Now I have data. Is there data here now too? No. It says surface sampler. It generates points in two-dimension domain that sample the surface input in line within the bounding shape input, which is that. Okay. So what does this do? Target type? Can I translate this into? Okay, so I found the issue. Surface sampler does not seem to work. How was I doing it in my forest graph when I got the actor data? Oh, I was just going straight in there. I was just going straight in. That was my nickname in high school. Yeah, so if I just went Boom. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Things are happening. There we go. Holy shit. Things are spawning. Things are spawning. Yeah, and that's going within the biome color too. We've done it. We've figured it out. Yep, there's the biome colors. So that was the issue. I was doing a surface sampler on something that did not, I suppose, did not have a surface. Surprisingly rendering that okay. Is this going to crash? I believe it is. It's using an enormous amount of RAM. These are the ramifications of that. Make sure my RAM is actually coming tomorrow. Yep, there it is. Where did this happen at? It's not really going to tell me, is it? Oh, okay. It's just calculate chunks. Okay, so it's going to try and spawn this. I guess I need to do something like... What is this? Timer. Actor begin play. Yeah, I don't know. It's after the actor spawns, and he's trying to set lifespan. Why is this happening? Initial lifespan. Yeah, why, like, why? I guess it is equal to 0, or that's what I'm seeing here. Can you set that somehow? Yeah, I've never had this happen. I swear this never happens. Otherwise, clear any existing timer. Yeah, this is weird. Yeah, I guess, is it not currently 3? Yeah, so I suppose what I should do instead is outside of here. I should do it here. Should I? This is gonna get quite annoying. Because game state won't be... It won't exist when I'm running this in editor. Let me put player controllers in we'll stop all that. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put this into a field. I have a set of player controllers here. And all this is going to happen outside of this. Well, we'll keep that one there. And I'll say if there is no game state and player controllers is empty, we will spawn it. And this way we're actually going to be on the game thread when we spawn it. Player controllers add, yes. Game state, and this dot is empty is not empty is what I want. We will set those. And here we need to delete it essentially. After we process chunks, so we calculate them all, then we go to the game thread. We're essentially going to do it here. And I need to make this a field. And if we have a dummy controller, destroy it and empty. We're going to destroy and then empty the player controllers array. If we have one, that means it's in there. Okay, so this should hopefully save us from that fate. Okay, I'm gonna click play because I want to see what this stuff looks like spawned in game. Okay, apparently it didn't like my extra controller. Why is that? Did we eventually reach? So first of all, let me see if when I clicked play, I want to know when that happens. I want to know if this happens. And I want to know if that happens. Maybe I should click right there so I can see the output. And then I also want to see when I'm gonna see if that ever happens. And so I'll need to see, yeah, on chunks finished generating. Okay, let's see what happens. See how it looks. Okay, we got here. Which means there was a game state. No controllers though. Is that the order that it happens in? So there was a game state, but there's no controllers. The next frame, there is a controller. We've got our controller. Yes, this is happening every frame now. What is happening here? If it's not empty, it's not. If chunks loaded is 212 greater, it should be getting reached. Hey Phoenix, yeah, we did. We got the tree chopping all figured out, and it was running like clockwork now. So we've moved on to learning PCG Biome plugin. How are you though, Phoenix? How's your day been? I currently messed up my spawning, and I'm trying to figure out what the hell I did. So if this is not empty, and chunks loaded 212.num is greater than or equal to closest chunk coords, which is 221. Why is this happening now? What chunks aren't loading? Such that they should be. Like, what did I change in here? I just turned off... Yeah, all I did was turn off PCG. Oh, that may have been what did it, right? Yeah. Because I did the, Okay, okay. Okay, let's, remove all my breakpoints now. I know what happened. I was relying on the PCG finishing generating to determine that my chunks were finished. I turned it off to test things with. My day's been alright. I was productive at work, but the heat wave is rough. Yeah, I feel you, dude. I hate summer so much, especially nowadays, with it being even hotter than normal, it seems. I am much more a cold weather type of person. You had to work today though? You didn't get today off? That sucks. Alright. That took long enough, I think. We're restarting this. It's actually going to spawn the PCG stuff, and so I'm wondering if the biome stuff is even going to generate because of it. Okay, yeah, hit the breakpoint. It's fine, remove it. Yes. Okay, so it's working now. We have spawned. I also messed with the height map curve a little bit, so the landscape, the water looks a little bit better. It kind of slopes down towards the water and my coastlines. Do I have any on this map? I guess right here, because there used to be a almost like a border around the coastline because of the way I had my height map curve set, but I've kind of fixed that so it looks nice. Looks nicer. Okay, but that's... Oh yeah, I wanted to run the biome stuff. Which I just have set on a manual run for now. Did that save? It did not. Okay. So I should probably figure out the shape. Keep bounding shape. What other samplers do we have? Probably we would just use a mesh sampler. Oh no, that's like a direct static mesh there. What other kind of samplers were there? Met copy points, sample texture, surface sampler, volume sampler. Okay, we're gonna bypass that for now. Get rid of that. We're just gonna go straight in. And here's where my computer explodes. See if I can do that for the little sample trees here as well. So it just did it for every point, didn't it? Or something. Something like that, right? There it is. I seem to have been buried by a bunch of rocks. They don't have collision on them. Okay, so this is what nanite would probably be good at rendering. I look down at the ground, 75 FPS. I look up at this, like 30. But we do have that rendering nicely. And it should be actually following the biome. So let's look at that. Yep, there's the biome. So that biome was very straight. It was a very straight line biome. I don't know why. It samples a texture to use as the biome, but this does not match the texture that it is supposedly sampling. So there must be some other magic happening. I don't know enough about UE. Can you generate a nanite mesh the tree at runtime with procedurally generated terrain? What you can do is like technically I am spawning all these trees procedurally. The trees themselves are not procedural. They are regular static meshes, and so I think what you would do is you would just turn on nanite for those static meshes. Same for rocks and whatever else. I'm not sure. I don't think you'd be able to turn nanite on for meshes that you create yourself unless you baked them into a static mesh. Okay, so that's working. It's spawning way too many. If I do this, I believe my computer will crash. We're gonna try it anyway. That makes sense. I didn't realize the rocks were instantiated. Bevy lets you generate meshlets at runtime, but it's too slow to be practical. I've not heard of Bevy. I am unaware of what that is. And yeah, Unreal Engine has some tools to generate meshes at runtime. That's what I'm doing. The terrain is a mesh that is generated at runtime using a procedural mesh component. And then I put all the vertices there, essentially. So all these little points, I take a Perlin noise map, and I translate it into a height map by using the values and multiplying them by a height curve. And then I add some additional parameters onto it to make it look pretty. So that works well enough at runtime. Dude, it is spawning so many of these. I also thought I was supposed to be getting little trees. I guess not. It's still quite hard to understand what's happening here. But I think maybe these things right here are where I should basically pop in my own stuff. God, it's getting so laggy. So how do these loops work? What is this? What does it loop over? Executes the specified subgraph for each data on the loop. Keeping the rest constant. So this is a loop pin. Data collection will be split into one data per execution. So that's maybe why I didn't see my thing in there. Is there a way I can... I mean, this is showing my rocks and trees. I'm just gonna... You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take... Let's get rid of all of these, and I'm gonna end my level so that I can do it without it having to reload a million times. Let's actually open up a different level. Save all real quick. My playground where I was testing out cliff meshes. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna delete all these. Delete, except for one. I don't know what it's gonna use this mesh for. It's gonna go to my shared trees. Oh, this one should just be biomes. Generator. Sampler rocks, I believe. And then let's close that so we don't use it again. My shared trees, open that up. Let's just use my forest graph. And see what happens. And then I want to... I'll turn off my PCG stuff here. Let's see what this looks like. Now we play. Oh, I just did a fucking pretty sick mid-air roll. Wait, what? Oh, I opened the wrong one, didn't I? Yep. Open the one without the biome in it. We'll just do this in editor instead of running the game. Okay. Force generate. Nothing happened. Okay. Yeah. My shared trees does indeed have my forest graph in it. Tried to generate too many points. To generate too many points. Okay. Tried to generate 40 million points. Well, I'm glad it stopped that from happening, actually. That's probably a good thing. This was doing self because I was running it for each terrain chunk, and that made sense. And now it's going to be like by biome chunk, which also makes sense. Like multiple. Do you like this better? How's this for you? Ah, it did something. It worked. It just generated it all over the bounds, though, which is exactly what I had before. And it did no foliage. There's no foliage. It's still saying that's generating too many points. Is it though? Is it? This definitely does not match up with my biomes. And I'm not even displaying them. It doesn't display. What the heck? Clean up. I'm gonna force it. Force generate. It is doing things. That's good to see. It's just not doing what I expect. And it's definitely the computer that's wrong, right? So why wouldn't it be generating, it's only doing trees. It says this is generating too many points. Still. But it's still generating trees. Oh, okay, there we have data. Okay, we have data. How many points? Says we have 16,000 points. Is it just using? Oh, it finally got rid of the. Finally got rid of it. Number of points is 20k. Okay. Okay. I have noise. Okay, so when I rotate, they do not seem to be on the ground properly. Those should have proper location, but they don't, and rotation. It's not even spawning them either. I mean, the filter's hitting it all. Getting rid of them. Yeah, nothing there. Why? So why doesn't my thing work here? What's my data look like here? Show me the data. And this looks fine, and so this is my custom thing that runs very slow. I double clicked on it. Okay. And so, yeah, this transforms all of it to terrain chunk vertices. And I suppose that isn't working for some reason now. Which seems not correct. The points seem to be the same in as they do out. Yeah, they're the exact same. Why is that the case? That's the one I'm doing, right? Okay. Alright, let's see what happens. Do we hit this breakpoint? I don't. Do I hit anything over here? Is it just like completely bypassing that? It's never hitting my breakpoint. Can I breakpoint here or something? Oh, you know what? This is happening right here. The owner is not a terrain chunk anymore. Yep. Yep, that's what's happening. I think I can fix this though, because I should be able to tell. Let me actually look at some of this point data I have. Let me look at this. I have 14,000 points. I should be able to look through every single one of these really quickly. Just checking their coordinates, because I happen to know how big a chunk is. And so a chunk is roughly 12,000. It's exactly 12,000 Unreal Schmeckles wide. All of these seem to be under that. Just making me think that they were in local units or something. Which is why it is nice to have the terrain chunk owner. Is this frozen? What's happening here? Oh, I'm still running a bunch of PCG tasks in the bottom right. We'll have to wait for that to get done. It's just stuck right now. Not responding. Oh. Yeah, that new RAM, 64 gigs, cannot get here soon enough. I don't know if I'll be able to stream tomorrow, which kind of sucks. I have some people coming out to fix my fence. And they're going to be here at like 8 or 9 in the morning. So probably no morning stream. Maybe an afternoon stream. Or maybe, maybe they'll be squared away and don't need me, but... So yeah, I probably won't get to test out that new RAM until tomorrow night, if it actually gets here on time. They've already delayed it once. Yeah, I think I might just restart this, which kind of sucks. Oh no, it was breakpointed. Well, I was sitting here waiting for it to do its thing. Jesus. Okay, I just wanted to look here, and this one is 12,000. So it's like from negative 6,000, 6,000. And so if my points, they go from a little over 6,000. There's one 6,000, I think, or do they go right up to 6,000? So these might all be, are these local units? So I do this here. I'm getting all world actors that overlap self, which I'm pretty sure is just the bounds here. But see here, these trees are generating outside of the bounds of the biome borders. So I don't know how to get them to respect that. I don't know how to get them to respect my authority. Now it's not even drawing the biome borders. There we go. So these trees should just be in the yellow. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, maybe before I fix my grass points, try to get these trees to shaping up. And how does this like keep them within the bounds? I suppose it uses this. Now let me look at, so there's input data. That's what I need to do. Ah, nuts, I clicked something. Okay, we're good. So I need some sort of like volume, I need a filter. Need to do what they were doing in theirs. Copy that node. Keep tagged bounding shape. And they did what, like inside filter or outside filter? What do they do here? Inside filter, and passed it into this surface sampler, but this isn't working for me because I'm not using a landscape. I need to replace this with something similar. What are my options? Location? Position? Bro, it's not connected to anything. Chill. How would I apply this? Is this a Google search? I think maybe it will be. Okay, Unreal Engine, PCG, What do I want to search? Bounds filter. And of course, everything. Point filter? I mean, that's just the same thing. If the threshold data is point data, it will sample input points in the threshold data. Always true of spatial data. I don't know if this is going to be able to do this.
U-Track's built-in knowledge base is, well, it's whatever you want it to.
Welcome back for episode 2 in this series of tutorials for PCG. Last video we saw how to generate a simple forest with different meshes, and in this episode, so we have two problems there. First one, if we are enabling the debug information on the transform point, you can see that the boxes which represent the bounds are not
using a surface sampler as well.
The mesh, and then the debug can change shape. Those are finding the we have, and
yeah, this doesn't exactly help me.
Hello, fellow Unreal Engine designers and developers. Last week, everyone just changed the seed. You can see that it extend zones. So let's, as the next thing, going into this difference, which points we want to allow through our cube here. Okay, so
a bounds modifier.
This area here, I don't want the grass to spawn.
Okay.
So the way we do this, doesn't matter whether it's something you want visible on the screen or invisible on the screen. All you need to do is you need to tag it, and then we will be using the tag in the procedural content generation graph to exclude it. So this particular cube here, I don't want visible on the map. I just want to use it as a sort of like a sort of blocking volume, really.
Okay.
So what I need to do is I need to give it a tag first of all.
Okay. Can we skip?
So that will create.
Give me the juice.
A set of points on the landscape.
So is he just using another surface sampler? Oh, I can't use that.
So that will create a set of points on the landscape. The next thing you do is use this magic node intersect with tagged actor geo. And here you can specify the act tags.
Intersection with tagged actors. Okay, that may be what I want to try to use. Yeah, because there is a well, no, it's not an actor. Shit. Is there a different kind of intersection node I can use? It just says intersection. This looks like it can take a bounds, right? Take a peek at how the other one did it. Passed it into the sampler as a bounding shape. What does this say? For each given source input on the primary pin, spatial data will be generated as the result of sequentially intersecting with the other source inputs. Should an intersection exist, additional pins may be dynamically added for each of all of these inputs, and the same pin will be unioned. Okay, so maybe this will do something. Uh-oh. What does our intersection data look like? 208 points. Down from 19,000. Okay. Okay. Hey, do you like this? How's this? Is this what we needed? That seems right? Yeah, I mean, it's not putting any in the other biomes, but it's not putting very much on the ground either. Not doing a whole lot. So, interesting, okay. It is paying attention to the biome now. The yellow is where it should be showing up, which all these trees do seem to be showing up in the biome cells. But it did cull a lot of the points. Okay, we're gonna save all this. What do we have here? Okay, so this has how many? 2,000? How many does the other one usually have? I guess I don't know. Why did it get rid of so many? Intersection. Density function minimum? Is that going to change anything? Probably not. We're only getting 208 points here. And those are probably getting filtered out by everything else. Keep 0 density points. Save. Okay, now we have 2,000. Wait, what happens if I visualize this data? Okay, that looks good. That looks good. We have some duplicate points here. That's the flashing. It's okay though. Can we force regen now? Do I get more stuffs? It's saying position Z greater than 0. So that's actually getting rid of more, because these points aren't really sitting at the same level that they were in my old system, so I may need to change that. I make some noise. Filter. More noise. It's a lot of duplicated points. Yeah, and then I'm doing like, so if I change this, let's change that to like 0.58, sure. Okay, now we have more. Yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. I think it looks great. What do you guys think? We'll just write it into the lore. It's not a bug, it's a feature. But I should be so this thing isn't working anymore, and I need to make it work. I no longer think that these are in local space because of their positions here, so I don't think I need to cast to terrain chunk anymore. I think I can just figure out where these points should be, and I can maybe just get Yeah. So chunk here. What am I using the mesh generator for? To get the vertex rotation. The vertex normals, okay. Transform Warlock to terrain chunk vert. So that's... I could definitely figure out the chunk for each point. Right? Get terrain chunk at world location. Yeah, we just do math, so that can be relatively inexpensive. So I'm gonna go if I need to get my game state, because that's where I'm holding my endless terrain actor. Gameplay statics to the rescue to get me my game state. Yes, we need to pass in get to world. Oh yeah, and this is a static function, so we can't do that. I can, however, change this into just an actor, and this can just be the owner. And it doesn't matter what it is, because we can just do owner and get world. And we'll get the game state that way. We have game state. If there is no game state, return the input collection. Because this is pointless to do if I don't have that. Okay. Okay. This may be infinitely more expensive. We have get local center. That's not a good sign. I need the world. Yes, okay, transform.get location. So, all we're doing is math here, so it shouldn't be that bad. Yeah, this should be fine. This should be fine. Alright, let's save everything. Fix our terrain chunk points. Or a breakpoint there. I want to make sure I hit that. We are building. We are building. We are building. All right. This is game dev. Let's see if I want to find myself on the game dev. Sort by low to high. I'll be closer to the top if I do that. Maybe not, actually. There's a lot of people with one viewer here. I'm still trying to play the game of, like, get my stream title to show up well. Oh. Oops. Yeah, not a whole lot of stream title fits on there, does it? Oh, there's a rock. A little floaty rock, nice. I think we'll need to rerun. Ah, yes, we need to compile all of the things. And it still won't trigger. Yeah. So we just want get rid of that now. Owner. Boom, boom. Okay, let's do that with one more. Okay, force generate. That didn't compile, so hang on, let's force generate again. Clean up. Okay, are those actually on the ground now? No, they're not. No, they're not. Hello, please? What's going on with my music? Is my stream like super laggy? It's not exactly smooth right now. Yeah, it is. Yeah, what the fuck's happening? I mean, it's just gotta be my memory, right? I mean, I guess this is a little better. Yeah, my music is not... This is what I need the RAM tomorrow for. And this is as good as we got. Unfortunately. Close some windows here. Yeah, okay. Appreciate that feedback. Is the music cutting out on your end too every once in a while? Yeah, the game is just, yeah, the game is not... Yeah, well, this is what we have to work with until hopefully just tomorrow. I am going to continue. I wanted to open up the forest graph. Yeah, the music, I don't know. It says it's like buffering whenever that happens. Okay, I need to make sure that these are actually returning data. That's different than the input. Okay. And I'm not hitting any of my... Am I hitting this? Is there no game state? There is no game state. Okay. So I can't get game state from here, can I? Well, that would make sense because this is in editor. Okay. Okay. I know what I have to do now. Skip. No game state. Owner. I will still need owner to get the world. Here's what we do. Get world. I don't think that would work either. I have to like get all actors of type, or get actor. What? It's in gameplay statics. My endless terrain that I'm trying to get here. That just returns. Is it templated? No. Okay, so actor, endless terrain. I guess we'll need to just immediately cast it. And if I don't have this, we can just return the input collection. And we'll see if we need to put a breakpoint there, and then I'll just pass endless terrain in like that. Okay. Build. We are building. We are building. Yeah, I mean, there's just not a whole lot I could do. I could get rid of some Chrome tabs, I assume. I don't have that many open, though. Okay. Force regenerate. Okay, we have hit the point. Good. Good. Okay, and that does seem to be staying within the biome bounds. Yeah, I don't have... How many points do I have here? I have 220. Yeah, so my density filter... I basically need to move this functor north. Yeah, and by north I mean upstream. By upstream, I mean to the left. I should, God, it's kind of shitty that it's almost faster to like close out of the level and then change this stuff. It's working, I can see it. I can see it doing stuff. I'm getting rid of all these because I don't want to do duplicate work. I'm just going to do it at the front once rather than... Oh my god. Okay. Okay, now there's nothing. Okay, this is straight up returning nothing. Why you no render? I don't know if clicking force generate here does anything different than in the graph, but try it anyway. Why does this do nothing? Okay, so I'm not hitting that? Question mark? Okay, now I did. Okay. Step. Oh no. Hmm. So I never hit that? Just, for some reason, even if it was null, I should still have gotten the breakpoint to be reached right there. I didn't. Okay, it's getting reached. Okay, and it's not null. Okay, and what's happening in here? There are like no points going in? Input in, I should have, how many here? I should have 2,000 points going in. Okay, so that rules that out. Am I passing everything incorrectly? Yeah, I mean, I'm just sending the collection. Okay. Okay, is this going to give me anything better? Give me information. It's empty. 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 Okay, I mean, empty. Why is it empty? Get typed input. So I'm guessing the inputs aren't point data then, if I do it this way. What does this return? Spatial data. Can I transform? Or like cast to point data? Because if I passed it in here, it would return. Okay, so that's the problem. Does that have any difference? It's frozen, so it's a good sign. Okay, that's the problem right there. Right there. Okay, now all my trees are it's very Orwellian, isn't it? Or not Orwellian. What am I? It's very Dali. It's very Salvador Dali. I just need to transform their rotation. I've seen this before. Okay, and so I need to rotate them 90 degrees somewhere. I think I'm actually already doing it, and that's the issue. Every time I connect a node, man, it just hangs so hard. There's got to be a setting, right? Select the PCG component and uncheck regenerate PCG volume in editor. Okay, so I guess I can just pause regen as well while I'm tinkering. Okay, so I need to apply -90. There we go. Problem now, though. One, why the hell are those trees like that? We still have a few trees that are floating. 2, now our trees are aligned with the slope. So I need to rather set absolute rotation. Well, hang on, I gotta do negative 90, because I want the other things to be aligned with the slope. That. And for my trees, right here. Yeah, maybe I do that. There we go, now our trees are straight. So these ones are just stacked on top of each other. That's, I think, why. Let me look at my points generated from this. Oh Lord. Oh, okay. Oh, there should be like little tripods here on the ground. Yep, okay. Whoa, there's like so many spawned inside of it. Oh, I need to prune some of these points, don't I? Yeah, let's prune. Self-pruning. Oh, I didn't pause audio. Okay, we paused. Self-pruning, remove duplicates. There we go. Delete that. There you go. Regen it. How many dupes we got now? Still got a lot. There's so many spawned up in there. Well, I need to, is that just a... Hey Dr. Elliot, how are you? How are you? We're doing biome stuff. We're making it work. It's coming along. The biome stuff goes kind of slow though because it just takes up so much RAM, and then every time you like re-render or click something, it just freezes the editor. But we're making some steady progress. I was finally able to get the PCG Biome plugin to work because it was all using just landscapes, and so I had to like go in and like override a bunch of stuff, essentially. Copy some of their graphs into some of my graphs, and you know, swap out the landscape data surface samplers to like how I get my terrain chunk data, because this is not landscape, these are just procedural mesh components. That may have something to do with why it runs so slow as well. Can I use the editor now, please? I'm just now learning. I'm gonna clean up here. Okay. I'm just now learning that there's a bunch of like duplicated points happening. I mean, I knew that, I just didn't know the extent of it, and so I'm trying to prune those duplicates. And I put the prune node in there, but it didn't seem to work, so now I'm trying to clear and regenerate to see if some of the meshes were just kind of leftovers. Yeah, there's a lot up in there, isn't there? Not as many as before. There's definitely multiple there. And so I want to draw a cat for you. Now I want to look at this data. Show me, please. Okay, there it goes. There it goes. I'm getting the intersection of these two data sets. But really, I don't want... So do I do the intersection and then the difference? Or something like that? Is there a difference? What does this do? Spatially subtracts the target difference data from the source data, outputting the difference of the two. Essentially what I want to do is like... Because this is my biome bounds, this bounding shape. This actor data is basically all the points on my terrain chunk. It's like, what, like 2,000 points or something like that on my terrain chunk? Then I'm using an intersection of the two. And so it's creating a union, and so there's going to be some overlapping points here. I want to, you can see that right there. I want to get rid of those. I thought this would do it. I do something like large. I don't get how this node works really. It seems kind of disingenuous. Large to small, like I don't know what that means. And changing the radii similarity factor. I change that to 0.1. It doesn't really change that much. 0.01. I mean, it changed, but it didn't exactly. It's getting rid of them too far. I thought just like remove duplicates would do something. But it doesn't. It doesn't do exactly what I need. Let's see if it removed any duplicates though. Maybe it removed a few and it's still useful to have. Okay, so we know we have some over there because it's blinking. Okay, now if we prune, are they still there? I'm going to debug this node now. Still there? So how is there not just like a dedupe kind of node? Difference, distance. Like a distance check. So let's look at this data because this should be pretty clean data here. And this should be unduplicated data. It's just when we do this intersection. No? Okay, there it is. Yeah, so this is my clean data. I'm changing these to be, okay, a little smaller so we can actually see the vertices. That's kind of what we get. They're not aligned on the terrain perfectly. I'm wondering if I should, because what I'm doing is I wrote my own, before I kind of knew what I was doing with this graph, with this PCG stuff. I wrote my own blueprint node here to take these points and transform them into something closer to my terrain chunk procedural mesh component points. And so each one of these triangles points is a point on my procedural mesh. So I wonder if I should just query that directly rather than I should make my node to just return that data rather than like get actor data, transform it into there. That could be a bit more efficient. Maybe it'll speed things up a little bit. But I do really want, so this is good. That's solid. I'll change that back to like, I'll just change that back to 1. So that should just be all white now. Then I want to see what this looks like. So it should be getting the intersection of it. Oh no. Hello, please? Hello? Is everyone still there? Oh god. Okay, so ran out of video card memory and everything crashed. It's probably a good thing to reset the editor now, though. Feel like whenever I'm running the PCG stuff, it like grabs onto a bunch of I know, right? It grabs onto a bunch of memory and it doesn't like release it very willingly. And so it just kind of gradually slows down more and more. And then when my 64 gigs of RAM gets here tomorrow, this hopefully should be better. But then maybe I'll actually rewrite some of those nodes to be not dogshit performance. And we'll be off to the races. It's the only thing holding me back, really. That and myself. I did finish the epic culmination of Choppy Choppy Tree this morning in my first stream. we got the colonists AI to procedurally chop trees, and they ran all over the place like ants, chopping down trees. But the thing is, like, they got hungry, and so they kept searching for food. But then there's not very many mushrooms. All I have for food in the world is mushrooms, and yeah, there's not many of them left. And so they were just running around. They would take one swing at a tree, and then they would go search for food because they were so hungry. It was kind of funny to watch. Wow, 90 FPS. That's crazy. Yeah, let's go to my biome one. Well, no, it's my forest graph. Okay, so that crashed. What was I trying to do? I was just trying to look at that, right? Yeah, so these are very big. And so when we do the intersection of them, the intersection created from all these source input data, one output will be generated for every input on the primary input pin. Okay, okay, let me read that again. One output will be generated for every input on the primary input pin. Okay, so only one? Okay. For each given source input on the primary pin, spatial data will be generated as the result of sequentially intersecting with the other source inputs, should an intersection exist. Additional pins may be dynamically added. And for each of these, all the inputs into the same pin will be unioned together automatically. Source pins receiving no or empty data will logically return an empty output unless the ignore empty secondary input flag has been set to true. Okay, is that what I was doing wrong? Is that the checkbox that magically is going to fix all this? Hang on, skip that. Save often. Still have some floaters. Still have some duplicate floaters. So why aren't these getting set onto the ground? There's like 3 or 4 different ones in there. Oh my god, I just got raided by like 50 people? Odd Doculus with the raid. What is happening right now? You all are coming to check me out at a time where I am just fumbling around with the PCG component. So welcome, everyone. Oh, PCG Biomes, nice, yeah. I'm working on... Okay, so hello, welcome, everyone. Thank you for chiming in here. Yeah, what were you guys up to? Just finished up some top-down RPG Unreal goodness. Fumbling is all good. I mean, we've all fumbled around to get to where we are in life, right? Just followed. Nice, nice. Thank you for the follow, mate. I appreciate that. So yeah, let me tell you what's going on with this game here. So I've created like my own procedural world using like procedural mesh components and terrain chunks and stuff like that. And so I can take a look at the wireframes for some of these. Turn off the render so you can see it a little bit better. So here's the system, and it's all procedurally generated, it's endless, it's seeded deterministically, and so now I've been trying to rewrite a lot of my handmade procedural systems that I made before the PCG component stuff came out into the PCG component stuff, which is really awesome, like some of you are saying. And yeah, my computer is like catching on fire multiple times. I have an extinguisher in the back, you guys just missed it. But I'm running out of RAM like constantly. My video card just like crashed for a second and like reset the video on the stream and crashed Unreal Engine. But we're getting through it, and when I'm trying to, I had all this stuff working, and so I had like all the foliage, and now the lighting isn't working. But we're just gonna click play and see what happens. And the troubles I've been having with the PCG stuff is that it's all based around like landscapes and using landscapes, and I'm just using procedural mesh components. And so I've been trying to go through both the PCG component and the PCG biome stuff, and I've had to like copy a lot and change it to like my procedural mesh vertices. And so it's been a challenge because a lot of like the tutorials and stuff that you see for the PCG component, they're all for like using it as a tool and then saving what you've created instead of having it generated at runtime. And so I do have like a bunch of AI and mobs and stuff that spawn here, but I've turned them off to tinker with this. And I kind of want to put this back just so I can show off the game a little bit here. But yeah, here's what it looks like so far. I've got some building in here as well. And I've got colonists that can go around and build this stuff. They can go chop the trees. You guys missed the choppy tree saga earlier today, where I got all my AI to run around and chop down trees. And it may still work here, and so I can show this. So that's a dynamic mesh right there. So these trees are actually just regular static meshes when they're spawned, and they're spawned in the hierarchical instance static mesh as the PCG stuff does. And whenever the axe, and I can show you the collision on the axe. So whenever this little tiny collision triangle hits it, it subtracts, it does a Boolean operation with this big one and creates that chop right there, and it actually deforms the vertices of this tree's static mesh at runtime and recalculates the collision and everything. And so you'll see when I get through this all the way, and this is what I was working on this morning with the colonists, is that I have a bunch of NPCs that can run around and do this now. So I chopped all the way through, and now it's actually sliced. It is cleanly sliced with some really shitty indie physics. It's a It's a feature, not a bug. But it has sliced it, and it has regenerated like the collision and everything. And so if I can actually jump high enough, I can stand on there. I might have to chop this a little lower now, though. But yeah, so using dynamic mesh or the old procedural mesh. So I found that they're actually one does not eclipse the other, right? Because I did try to rewrite all this terrain stuff, like all the terrain, to use the dynamic mesh to get use of some of the geometry script library functions, but I found that it was horribly unperformant. And so terrain procedural mesh trees start as static meshes, but then get transformed into dynamic meshes at runtime. And so these chop locations, if I were to jump there, it should actually, if I get a clean hit. Okay, it's not a bug, it's a feature. Okay, there we go, that's a better example. So it actually like chops where you hit it at. And I'm planning to do some, you know, Valheim style tree dominoes. But yeah. So that's some of the stuff I'm working on, and this was all populated with some very nice looking foliage and forests and stuff, and now it's not because I'm in the middle of working on stuff, but just an example of some of the things I'm working on. Cool, nice. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you. But yeah, I might try to. I got so many follows here. Hasty Odd Oculus for the raid, huge raid. Thank you so much. Top-down RPG. It sounds cool. I'll have to check that stuff out. Hasty Wasty followed. Crimson Crisis. Get Fluffed 11. Thank you. We're so close to the goal of affiliate number of followers now, and getting a huge rate of 50 might actually bump up my, because you need like 3 average viewers or something like that. Exic Dev just followed as well. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much. I'm glad you all tuned in. This is awesome. So yeah, I kind of want to maybe put my terrain back in a state where it looks nice, just so I can show it off a little bit. So maybe you are one of us. Hey, I'm happy to be here. I don't know why my lighting got all fucked up here. It does not want to light that up. So I am going to, first of all, let's clean up the biome thing here. Clean up. I may need to rebuild, but we'll see. We'll see. Running live coding is always kind of a shot in the dark. Let me turn it should be right here. Yes, so I'll turn on this, and this may, and I was tinkering with this graph, so this is probably not going to look great. I'm happy to find people working with PCG. Working is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. I'm piddle farting around, I think is a better term. And so are you guys using PCG? Tell me what you guys are using it for. Are you guys doing any sort of runtime stuff, or are you just using it with, like, you know, using it as an in-editor tool more so? I'm gonna unload this level. Well, if you get runtime PCG multiplayer to work, let me know. I'm using it as a tool because I'm not smart. I mean, that's the plan. That's the plan, is to get it to work. I see no reason why it shouldn't work, multiplayer. I guess just replicating the hierarchical instanced static meshes would be your only issue there. I've tried with runtime, but I still just generate on demand. Did you run into troubles doing it runtime? Because I am doing everything runtime here. I also have it working in editor just to kind of test things out a little bit, but mostly runtime, and it's all like seeded, so I can give it a seed. Okay, so it doesn't want to generate my yeah, let me see if I can get that forest graph back. Yeah, oh yeah, because I was passing in like a bounds and everything. Okay, we're gonna disconnect that. We're gonna instead take this, go right into there with it. Okay, it's all coming back. It's all coming back. That is a very, very dense forest. That is not what I usually have. I'm gonna pause regen on that. This is where the computer catches fire. And you can see how laggy this is getting. This is why I need new RAM here. It's actually handling that pretty well for how many are generated. Okay, so I saved all that. Oh no, it's generating again. Stop. Okay. Wow, it's generating so many points. What did I change? I mean, it is generating what I want now, but it's on every single point. I mean, that's a pretty cool dense forest, though. That doesn't look that bad. And just get rid of a few of the duplicates, and we're already there. I guess maybe I disconnected the input. Can I I need to disable all of this stuff. There's another one that needs to happen. There we go. Then I change. Did I change some density filters somewhere to get this to work? And this is what I mean by fumbling around with PCG. I'm not actually working with PCG. My computer hates it. Only actors within bounds, self, and so that should just be getting the self chunk. Each one of these chunks is kind of handling its own PCG generation. It's generating so many though. So let me start debugging these points. Okay, so here's all the points that are getting generated. All the white. And then we filter for not in the water, and since it's a height map terrain from Perlin noise, I can just do a simple look at the Z value. That gets us out of the water. Let's go to trees. The density filter, oh yeah, I removed this really low. This is what I did. Okay, so that'll get us out of computer destroying land. Yeah, the PC is freaking struggling. 64 gigs of RAM shows up tomorrow. So we're hoping that'll help. So what's like my debug this? What am I looking like here? I did 0.9 force regen. So I was at 0.5 before, 0.75? There we go. It's, yeah, my points are very close together. What was I doing before, where I got rid of how close they were? And spatial noise density filter, attribute noise, and this density filter as well. Oh, I turned this to 99, that's what the issue was. Then this was 0.5. Okay, we're back. We are so fucking back. Oh my god, there it is. Okay, this was the world. This is what it used to look like. See, not bad, not half bad. I only almost destroyed my computer a few times. So now that we got that, I'm gonna turn back on my mob spawning. show off the game just a tad bit. It's not quite a game yet. We'll spawn mobs. Then I also want to... I'll need to go into my game state and turn on... I'm going to turn on my wolves. Where is my game state? There we go. So right now we just have colonists spawning. Basically Valheim. Yeah, it's going to look pretty similar to Valheim at the moment. That's not the overall goal. Spawn chance 1. Okay, and we'll click play. Let's save everything so that I don't lose all those changes I just made. And we'll wait because it's generating everything over again. But yeah, this is just one seed, and so it's going to look the same when I click play. And yeah, we can try out some different seeds and see what it looks like. And I've actually generated a world map for it as well, based on a Voronoi material. And one of the struggles I'm having with that is getting the 0,0 coordinate on that map to be on land. A lot of times it's just in the middle of the ocean. Yeah, once again, PC struggling. I may want to restart the editor just to free up some memory here, if this doesn't get started soon enough. Not responding. Okay, here we go. We're starting up now. Takes a little bit. It usually doesn't take that long, but I think it's just because I've been messing around with PCG a lot. There we go. Here we are. We are in the level. There's a wolf. I'll dot him up. There he goes. And ignore my super my super shitty animations, my handmade animations. It's the best I could do. It took me like 2 weeks. I was trying to learn Cascadeur. Turned out to be way harder than I thought it would be. I love the rip. You do the same thing. You're not the first to notice. Okay, and I got some mushrooms over here. I can take these. Oh no. Oh no. I'm actually low on health, so I might eat one real quick here. Frost precast and Blizzard. So do you use what is it? It's like WoW export or something like that? That's the program I found that uses that rips them for me. Oh no, I might be stuck in an interacting state. Okay. Oh, you went to Wowhead, okay. I found like this program that kind of did it for me, and it gives me a whole big list. So apparently my stand-up state doesn't work very well. Okay, we're gonna need to rerun that. I wish I could get the WoW animations. Animations are what I am finding it very hard to come by. As you can see with my super amateur axe swing animation. But I want to show off my AI generated quests here. So what I've actually been able to do is I'm using the Google Gemini AI. And when I talk to some of my colonists, I can generate a quest. And what that does is it sends off an API request. And whenever I get it back, essentially what I get back is a JSON structure that has been filled out for me with quest data. And it's got like a little quest dialogue. And what I'm planning to do with Google's million context window for their AI is to basically just dump my entire item database and my entire, like every mob that's spawned in the world. That's what I'm currently doing. My database, I have a few items and a couple different types of mobs. And so let me search for a colonist real quick. There's a couple over there. So I'm gonna head over here and we're gonna talk to them. And essentially what I'm doing is I have a prompt that I send to it that I just say like, hey, fill this out. I'm gonna generate quest. while that's generating, I'm going to take care of this wolf. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, so that actually just came back, so let's talk to him. And so, shitty UI aside, this is actually AI-generated information here that I've been able to deserialize from the actually pretty perfect JSON response that it gave me. I was actually surprised at how little prompting I had to do to get Gemini to respond with pure JSON. And this is it. Adventurer, you may have heard tales of bandits who have taken up residence on the road to Dogstone. A group of us were attacked when we were making our way there yesterday, so I beseech you, will you rid us of this terrible affliction? Dogstone, where is that at? It is to the northwest of our position. Go up the river that runs behind the town and over the mountains. It is close north of a large lake. And so I'm planning to do a lot more with this, but I actually had in the item database that I dumped to it, I had bandit. Bandit and wolves are the two mobs that I have right now. I'm not spawning any bandits yet, but I give them the IDs of those things, and it actually responds with the correct IDs, which is kind of crazy, right? And so you see here on the side, on the left side, it says slay 0 out of 5 bandits. It actually gave me the ID of the bandit back and says, hey, kill 5 of these. And so what I'm doing with this next is to actually allow it to create mobs and put them in places in the world. And so when it says, you know, go kill 5 bandits, I'm going to actually spawn 5 bandits and hopefully be able to capture North and Dogstone and stuff like this. And so I will clear the road of those bandits. Goodbye. And so I'm hoping, here's my world map that I've generated. And what I'm hoping to do with this eventually is, you know, first of all, make it look a little prettier. And second of all, put some points of interest on it once I finally get to that part of the game. And then I actually want to upload this to these different LLM models, because they all have image capabilities now. You can upload images to them and ask them questions. And so if I put little points of interest on this, I'm hoping it can understand 3D math well enough, maybe by the time that I get there it will, to be able to turn, like, you saw that quest said, like, head north to Dogstone. Like, what if Dogstone was an actual town on this map that I had given it, and it picked that? Or what if, you know, maybe the fog of war on this map is, you know, very tiny, the player just started, and so if that's the case, maybe I can spawn a town called Dogstone using this PCG wonderfulness. And so that's what I'm hoping to do. And what I've done with the mob database, I've given it all the spawns of everything, like including these colonists and their names, and I've also given them the vector locations of them in the world. And so I'm hoping when it gives directions, it can actually look at these vectors and understand where the position is of it in 3D space. And then I'm also planning to, with this map, you know, obviously top will be north, but I actually need to like bake that into the prompt. And so I'm just going to keep dynamically building out this prompt, keep feeding it information about the player. I'm going to do quest chain stuff with it. You know, I'm going to give it, because it has a million context window, like you can fit an entire saga in there, so to speak. And with quest chains, you know, you'll basically like, you know, maybe I finish this guy's quest for slaying 5 bandits and I come back and turn it into him. And then I hit the prompt again and be like, hey, do you want to generate a next quest in the line for this? And then hopefully it will. And my puppy wants to say hi to you guys. This is Moxie. Can you say hi, Moxie? Oh, thank you, sweetie. Can you say hi? Can you wave? Hello. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being shameless with my viewers here, Moxie. But yeah, the AI stuff is super exciting to me. I'm trying to get the handle of this PCG stuff so I can work more on it and get more in depth to it. And, you know, I feed the prompt things like the player level, the player name. I want to feed it, like, what the player has done in the game so far, so it can just continue to generate unique quests that make sense with context. And we'll see how far I can take that. Obviously, I'm not going to, like, take it too far and try to shoehorn it into the game if it doesn't look reasonable. Hello there, my name is Rogai, and I run the workshops in this village. It's good to see that you're doing well for yourself. He's asked me to deliver a welcoming gift to a new group of colonists that just arrived. I should meet him in the eastern part of the village so that he can give me the gift. Are you using gameplay ability system? I am. I am indeed. Alright, listen guys, it's not what it looks like, okay? It's not what it looks like. I didn't code in my NPCs to bend over and put their asses up in the air. This is it's a coincidence. It's not what it looks like. Oh boy, this is a long one, and my UI doesn't exactly scale to this size. Just my luck to come to, what does it say? It's just my luck that you decided to come when you did. I make bags for something something something. You see, but wolves are real nuisances around these parts. Dogs make it almost impossible for us to sleep at night, and wolves are no better. I've got an idea. You help me get rid of 8 of these damn things, and I'll have enough hide to make a really good bag. We don't get many travelers through here, so I'd take it as a real personal favor that you do this for me. Sorry, I can't help you with that. Okay, fine. Harvest wolf hides. So yeah, eventually I need to just wire this up. Ding, by the way. I need to wire that up to actually give credit to the quest. Yeah, that's the game. Oh, Jesus Christ. Maybe I should show some of the colonist tree chopping that I worked so hard on this morning. So you can actually get these guys to join your colony, so to speak. Don't really mean anything yet other than being able to give them commands. One of which is going to chop trees. There he goes. Off he goes. I love the little pitter-patter sounds of his feet. And we crashed. Okay, so this is actually a physics thing. I have seen this before. And so it's saying that like, and I have a feeling this is due to how I'm generating the dynamic meshes. I'm like pretty much dynamically generating their collision. Like at runtime, and what I have to do is actually simplify, and maybe I'll show that code a little bit here. I have to end up copying the original static mesh and simplifying it to apply to the collision. And so if I use like the full vertex, the full vertex count static mesh, it'll just like, it'll drop like 20-30 frames while that tree trunk has collision enabled or physics enabled. And so you have to like simplify it, which just tries to dynamically reduce the number of vertices. And so I try to use that as like a collision. And these are some of the geometry script functions that I use for it, like copy from static mesh. And then probably in, what is it, my trunk dynamic mesh actor. This is probably where I do these, yeah, apply simplify to triangle count. And so this is where I try to simplify it and create the collision mesh. And I think something to have to do with that makes the mesh very wonky, and it makes the physics really wonky as well. And so what this is saying is essentially the accumulated force impulse is either not a number, or it's not a number and it's an infinite. So it's like there's like an infinite force being applied to it. But it's just like a check, so we don't actually crash from that. But with these trees, did I chop one down? I'll chop one down, so I should get some wood from this if I equip my axe here. Okay, so I have some wood here in my bag, basic wood, and I'll just I have a wooden foundation and I can apply that. And then this guy, if I construct buildings with him, let's see if this works. Oh god, he's attacking me. Ah! He should apply that all that wood he's made. Yeah, so he put all of his wood there. And he built this for me. And, bro, you're facing the wrong way. No. I just worked on this morning. Oh, it's because I think I'm interacting with him. If I run away... It needs polish. Okay, he hit the tree, he's recovered from it, and he's moving. Okay, he's rotated the complete wrong direction now. Okay, he got it that time. Yeah, his rotation is not correct there. Ow. Jesus, man. Okay, and that rotation seems to be better now. I don't know why. It must have been something to do with, I bet like a target actor got set when he was going to build this, and so he kept trying to face it or something like that. But yeah, that's most of what I have in the game. I got some levels, XP, some health regen that you may be noticing as well. I just fixed all the tree chopping this morning. And yeah, I'm trying to do biomes. And so the idea for this game, I take a lot of inspiration from World of Warcraft. Vanilla WoW is one of my most played games. There's a lot going on, man. I'm impressed. Thank you. I've been working on this for like a year and a half now. Now give me your brain. You can only have the half that I don't use, or the 90% that I don't use. How about that? But I'm planning. World of Warcraft basically taught me how to code when I was a kid, when I was like 13, 14 years old. I wanted to play WoW with my friends and to know what they were talking about. Because if you ever heard someone talk about WoW and you never played it, it sounds like a foreign language. And so all my friends were playing it. My parents wouldn't pay for a subscription for me, so I had to play on private servers, which are, like rip off like legally gray area servers that people, kind of reverse engineered. And so I hopped on those. My friends wouldn't play on those with me, but I figured out how to make my own private servers when I was like 14 years old, right? Just kind of crazy. I was just Googling everything. I wasn't figuring things out on my own at all, but that's what taught me what a programmer was. And I actually like wrote, maybe my first line of code, but all it really was me tinkering around, changing some values and seeing what would happen. But that's how I learned how to code, essentially, and that's how I got interested in it. And I think I've been teaching myself ever since I was like maybe 16 years old, to the point where I dropped out of college and took a job. I used to work at Twitter. I now work at Google, and I want to make games instead. I don't want to work for someone else anymore, but it's kind of it's a moonshot. It's a dream. So yeah, huge inspiration from Vanilla WoW, Classic WoW. So I mean, you can see my character portraits look like that. The sounds came from WoW. My action bars kind of look like that too. Tab target a little bit. But then my next most played game is RimWorld. And for those of you who don't know that game, it's a colony simulator. That is super in depth, and it looks very like childish almost. It's like a top-down 2D type of colony sim, but it's super in depth, and it can be very difficult, and it's really fun to play in like a commitment mode where if your colonists die, they die, and you can't just save scum them back. I'm tired of corporate drivel. Hey, you and me both, man. I just wanna do what I wanna do. It gets tiring. It's great to pursue a career and get more into it, and especially at some of these large companies that are doing really cool things. But I want to make games. That's what I want to do. 20 years of UI, UX, full stack web dev. 20 years. That is a fucking minute, man. You've been in it. You've been doing it for a while. I think I'm only at 8 now, professionally. I started a business in high school, so I made some really shitty websites then, but I don't count that as professional whatsoever. So yeah, I'm trying to do like an RPG colony sim hybrid, and another one of my favorite games is Hades, so I also want to do a roguelike. So I'm trying to fuse those three genres together into a game that I really want to play, that I've always wanted to play for a long time. I started young, I'll be 38 soon, yeah. Yeah, give me your brain. Can we trade brains? Every programmer has made a really shitty web. Did I say that? I've never written a line of shit code ever. Every line of code I write stays for eternity. And that should scare the shit out of you, to be honest. Let me show you here. Let me show you my best blueprints. Let me show you my best blueprint graph here. This is gonna be you all are gonna bow down in awe. There it is. There it is. This is your brain normally. This is your brain on drugs. This is your brain on materials, on Unreal Engine blueprints. That's glorious. This is what determines my landscape auto material. Runs for the hills, yeah. True people just don't understand genius when they see it, you know? You gotta be real to understand. These guys are still just bent over, ass in the air. Oh, that's great. This guy, I'm really happy that this guy is still going. He's not getting stuck. Which, you know, maybe he's doing some things that are inefficient. Yeah, and those physics are completely accurate. Don't question that either. It just looks like Einstein's desk. Exactly, and he was the smartest guy ever to guy. So, it proves all you need to prove. But yeah, I've always wanted to play, like, whenever I play these colony sim games, like RimWorld and, you know, maybe something like They Are Billions as well, I might take some inspiration from. He's backpedaling away from the wolf here. There you go. Saved you. You're welcome. Someone's munching. Someone's found some food. I didn't put any sound attenuation on the eating sound, so I can hear that from wherever that's happening. But let me, someone give me a seed number. Can I get a seed? I just need a number. Any number. We're gonna try out a different seed. Right now we are on seed, good seed. This is a good seed, the greatest seed. We are on 1,326,985. Does anyone have a better seed than that? I need a better seed. There's a floating tree. What the hell? 42? That's a great number. But will it be a great seed? Let's find out. Sane dev guy. That's exactly what an insane dev would name himself, I think. Is that the joke? We're generating. 42 does happen to be the answer to everything, so... And I don't think I've tried this one yet. I've tried 420 and I've tried 69. $42. Could be good, could be bad. I could spawn in the middle of the ocean. That's a bad seed. We are not responding. And this is why I need 64 gigs of RAM. So it looks like... Oh, bad seed. It was a bad seed. Sorry, 42, all bad. There's the map for it. We can go check out some of these other areas, though. I'll teleport up here. Okay, didn't teleport correctly. Hello, please. Hello, please. Nice, yeah, give me the Minecraft seed. Okay, we're gonna teleport again. Hopefully this works this time. I've made many iterations on this system, so... Oh, it still doesn't like teleporting. Oh, the computer. Okay, did I actually teleport? My computer's about to blow the fuck up. So my teleport function kind of broke as well, I presume. Which kind of reflects the state of my mind, just a constant state of chaos. Of things, various things being broken and fixed. At various times. I think I may restart the engine. So we can release some of that PCG memory. I need to do loot soon as well. I would like to loot things. I have RAM problems too. Geez, I'm gonna have flashbacks with the RAM in the future. I hope your RAM problems can be solved as well. Mine should be solved tomorrow if they don't push back the date on me again. It's supposed to get here today. And of course I had today off. So that would have been perfect timing, but it didn't happen. Hopefully that makes Unreal Engine build a little faster too. Some parallelize a little more. There we go. Here's my playground level. I know, beautiful, beautiful. All right, 42. Seed 42 was no good. Okay, I see the number 16. Never buying a laptop for general use again. The RAM is 16 max. Yeah, that's not very much in today's day and age, I feel like. Especially for game dev. Certainly not for game dev. We're going to try seed 16. For the 16 gigs of RAM in a laptop. Okay, okay. Am I still in the ocean? I'm still in the ocean, but we're close to land. It's an interesting looking seed. Now what is this? What is happening here? Into simulation mode. My AI controller is null. Easy fix. I don't know why this is happening now. Or rather, this should be if there is no AI controller. Yeah. Because then we return true. Otherwise, we will possess. In my... What am I doing here? This is in my non-human characters, so my wolves. When I'm ending simulation mode, I want to possess the character, essentially. But if there is no controller, why would there never be a controller here? To get, like, garbage collected or something? But I mean, if there's no controller, then we certainly can't possess. Or my AI controller, get pawn, is not equal to this. We'll go with that. I mean, this has never happened before, so it may just be a bit of a transient issue. Oh, there we go. That seed will not fit in the editor. That is not a 32-bit integer or 64-bit integer. Yeah, I'll take the maximum number of characters as I can get from that, though. Whenever this gets booted back up. There we go. I think I have, what is it, maybe... I think I have 10 digits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, copying 10. We're going to see how that goes. Let's see if we can get that in there. Okay, let's load up the stylized level here. Endless terrain. Seed. Oh, seriously? Come on now. There we go. We'll try that. Watch this just look exactly like Minecraft. That would be kind of crazy. Okay, so we're going to spawn in a bit of a lake. But that's okay. It's a small lake. There's land nearby. This could be good. This could be a decent seed. Yeah, that's not bad. Oh, I'm stuck. I am stuck. Yeah, my teleport function does not seem to be working the greatest. Then it kind of worked. It just has to do a lot of generating, because it has to basically rebuild the entire world whenever I teleport like that. There we go. That works. But yeah, some of the problems I'm going to have to deal with are... So, like you've seen, I try to spawn at 0, 0. You can see it on the top of the screen there. And I want that to be because I want the player to move outwards the more difficult it gets, similar to Valheim. And I need 0, 0 to be on land because I don't want players to spawn in the middle of the water. But I also don't want them to spawn just on like a tiny island. And so it's almost like a leak code question or something. Because each pixel in this is actually 128 by 128 texture that we're looking at. And each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. Each terrain chunk is 240 vertices by 240 vertices. And so that's 58,000 vertices. And then there's 128 chunks by 128 chunks in the whole world. And so I essentially just need to iterate through the pixel data for this and say, okay, if 0, 0 is 0, color-wise, which is black, white is 1, black is 0, I need to say, okay, if it is 0, or if any of the surrounding pixels are 0, then regenerate the map or move the map. I haven't decided which one I'm going to do. So, and I'll need to essentially parse through the map, because another problem I want to solve is I want there to be a similar amount of land in every map, or at least up to a certain threshold. I don't want players to get a map that has like barely any land. That wouldn't be very much fun. Yeah, but I want them to start at the very center. So that is a solution that you could do, but I am wanting them to start at the very, very center. So I'm trying to, rather than teleport the player, I'm trying to move the map. So those are a couple of the problems I'm going to be dealing with soon, trying to fix. Switched over to doing biome stuff today. Let's take a look. Let's take a peek around here. Don't have any interesting coastlines, do I? Where is the coastline? It's actually surprisingly big. Like, it doesn't look very far away on the map from my cursor. But we're gonna run over there, and it's probably gonna take quite a while. Especially with big-ass mountains in the way. Probably get a pretty good vantage point up here. It's a big whiff. It's another big whiff. There we go. You can tell it lags whenever I generate a new chunk in the distance. So there's the coastline, which I don't know, I think it's a pretty big map, right? I used to just have it generating endlessly, but I would rather not generate endlessly, so that 1, there's room for expansion if I ever choose to do that, and 2, so that I can create some meaningful landscape and terrain and islands and stuff like that. Right now it's just all 1. What the heck is this? Is that the edge of a chunk, I wonder? Yeah, so here's the edge of 4 chunks. Are those floating right on the edge? Yeah, so I have a lot of work to do for basically sewing the meshes together, especially if they're not the same level of detail. So here's the wireframe, and so you can see the higher level details are these ones, the ones that are closer to the player, and then they're lower the farther away you go, which is less vertices. So they render a little bit easier. And you can probably see maybe on some of these, that one actually is pretty fine. Well, you can kind of see it right here. There's actually a very slight gap. It's a very slight seam. Because of the different LODs, they don't line up perfectly. And so I'll need to do some, yeah, like I was saying, some sewing, kind of. Or I'll have to generate 1 more row of vertices on either side at the highest level of detail in order to get those generated correctly and line up correctly and make sure no one falls through the world. Well, I guess another thing I never showed was you can dig now. This is a fully, you know, like Valheim, it's fully deformable. I'll have to get rid of the, ignore my really bad animation skills. I also handmade this, okay, so the collision isn't up, what the heck? That didn't used to be the case. Huh. The collision used to update when I did that. More things I'll have to fix now that I moved to the new system. But yeah, you used to be able to walk through that and everything. You could dig all the way down as far as you wanted to. Good lord. Yeah, the PCG stuff, generating at runtime, I need to figure out how to make that happen better, because I mean that's what all that lagginess was. It was one, the chunk generating, and two, the PCG component. I'm wondering if the biome is generating now as well, unknowingly. Oh no, I shall save you. Ding. Ding. Damn it. Nice, okay. I want to check out this coastline, and then I'll probably get back to work on the biome stuff after I check this out. So the coastlines look a lot better than they used to. And you can see that's quite ridgy, because what I'm doing is applying a fall-off map to these chunks. So this will be like halfway through a chunk. Yeah, the seams... I didn't used to have this problem, so I'm thinking that the... well, no, the biome isn't in this one. I ran the one without the biome, right? Yeah, so I'm wondering what is happening to that now. A few things to clean up. We'll get it figured out, though. Yeah, there's a nice peninsula. What does the map look like again? Okay, so that's actually... would be a nice place for a little base or something. Little bay right here. God forbid I ever get to the part of the game where I can make sea travel a thing. That's way down the road. You know what's kind of cool with AI now? You can make an entire kingdom-like game where you are the king and things happen. This is kind of exciting. Yeah, I mean stuff like that. I actually I had just gotten my Pixel 8 phone, and it said it has like Gemini built into it or something like that. And so I was playing around with the Gemini app, and I essentially just played a D&D campaign with it. I was just like, hey, let's play a text-based RPG. And it led me through like a whole fucking D&D campaign. And it had me prepare spells and stuff like that. It had me pick up background, a class, and it created like a storyline. And it was like, yeah, there's this king who was corrupt, and I had to figure out what he was up to. And like I was following his advisor, who looked exceptionally sleazy. And, you know, I had to sneak around the castle, and I found clues and stuff like that. Oh, the Hitman, thank you for the follow. Look at that, we're at 46 out of 50. Man, you know, this just made my night, the raid and everything. Huge shout out to Odd Oculus. Do you know the AI game with the vampire? I don't think I know what you're talking about. But yeah, it's super exciting with AI. I don't want it to, like, completely replace everything, because I do think handmade things are better all around. I think they will be for quite some time. I don't think AI is going to take all of our jobs anytime soon. And that's coming from someone who literally works at Google, so take it with a grain of salt, but it means more than other, you know, other random people, I would think. But yeah, I'm just excited about using it for, like, you know, generating text, storylines, quests. You know, I'm planning to look into 11 Labs voice, text to voice. And, you know, I'm an indie dev, I don't have money to pay voice actors, so I think it's great for that. And then, you know, maybe with that, I can make enough money to hire actual voice actors. That's the dream, at least. And so it's kind of what I'm hoping for these AI tools, is that it allows not just game developers, but other independent level people in other disciplines or industries to make high quality stuff and get the bootstrap that they need to compete with some of these corporations who, you know they're just going to use AI to pump out more soulless fucking products or whatever, you know. And people are going to see right through it after a while. But yeah, we've looked at some seeds. I showed off the game, everything I have to offer so far. A lot of jankiness, but we're slowly fixing it. It's kind of cool. Someone made a game that you're a vampire and you go through a street and knock on people's door and try to convince them to let to let them inside their home. You get to like attack them and stuff. I saw a video where this guy, he was like playing a little VR game, and he was sitting in a train car with like Mozart and Cleopatra and fucking like Newton and Leonardo da Vinci, and he was playing Genghis Khan, and he had the AI try to figure out who the human was out of the group, and they all picked him out. They all knew he was the human. It was kind of interesting. And depending on what you say to them and on their personality with the AI, they decide to let you in or not. Yeah, I mean, that's just like one thing, right? Like you could take that really far. You could take that really far and do a lot of cool stuff with that. But it's definitely going to make, little personalities in video games really cool. And so with my colonists, like, for those of you, if anyone has played RimWorld, the colonists have like traits that give them kind of faux personalities. And these traits are things like, they could be anything from cannibal to pyromaniac to like neat freak to, like natural butcher. He's just better at cooking. And all these traits give you like little bonuses, maybe little detriments. Like the pyromaniac, if they have a mental break, if they're unhappy and they have a mental break, they'll just start setting shit on fire. And so what I want to do is kind of have some traits similar to that for my colonists, but also use those to prompt an AI and, have the AI respond with text that matches those personalities, right? And I'll plan on, RimWorld has like a relationship family tree type stuff as well, so I'm planning to dump that into the prompt. And RimWorld is a good game. Yeah, it's a great game. I have like 1,500 hours in that game. And the thing I love about it is that it's so replayable, and so that's kind of what I'm going for in my game here. And that's a good segue into PCG Biome stuff, which is in my title. And I have not done that for quite some time because I got a pretty massive raid. So I'm going to get back going with that. Yeah, well, it's a lot, yeah. I mean, Google is coming out with a 2 million context window too. So that's even crazier. And, by the time my game's ready to come out, 5 years or however fucking long it takes me to make this, it'll be even better, right? So that's the plan. And I'm excited to do that. I want to get biomes, though. Biomes excite me. I kind of have it working, too. So let's switch back to my forest graph. And so this is what I was using for my terrain chunk stuff. I disabled all this. This is how I was trying to work it into the biome stuff. And so the PCG Biome plugin only uses landscapes, so I had to overwrite a lot of that stuff. I had to go dig through and change it to reference. I had to do something like this, which was like getting an actor data. And this is like specifically referencing my terrain chunk. So I'm going to take this, and I'll just disconnect that. We need to pause this too. I don't want this to rerun way too much because my computer is just gonna fall on its face. Okay, we got that plugged in, and then I think this went back up here. Okay, unpause it. They're all disabled as well. That probably doesn't help. Ooh, and you know what I need to do before this? So this is what I need to do. Disconnect all these and go straight across. And so this node here is what I'm using to transform these PCG generated points into my terrain chunk vertices. And so I get the actor data, which just kind of, I think it just kind of like throws a bunch of probably line traces or something down onto the mesh and it sees where all these cubes line up, but they don't line up with the terrain perfectly. And more importantly, they don't have the terrain's normals, which I worked very hard to calculate for my procedural meshes. And so using these nodes, I can now, I take all the input points and I just lay them down onto the terrain, and then I use the terrain normals to adjust their rotation as well. How do you handle the instance? Do you remove it or hide it or what? Sorry if you went over it already. So you're talking about the instance for the terrain chunks, I presume. And so I have like this endless terrain actor, and it just kind of updates every so often depending on how much the player moves. Like there's a player move threshold, and it tracks multiple players. And if any player moves enough, it'll recalculate what are all, asynchronously, what are all the closest terrain chunks to that player, and it'll start an update queue for them. And so it'll start updating all these chunks. And so some of the chunks that were either at the lower LOD will move into the higher level of detail chunk with more vertices, or some of the chunks that hadn't even been generated yet that are off in the distance, those will start generating as well. And then the old ones that are farther away move from LOD 1 to the lower LOD. Does that answer your question? Does that make sense? Do you have more? I'm happy to answer all questions. I really am. I love being able to do game dev and stream and hang out with people who are interested in it as me. Okay, so I think I've disconnected all those nodes, and these nodes are very, very expensive, and so I need to do some refactoring on them, but this is what I got for now. And I think we're good. So I'm going to unpause this. I don't have any terrain generated yet. That's okay. We will generate that now. And so when I generate it in editor here, I have it working in editor, it's just going to use a dummy player controller spawned at 0, 0 to generate itself. So I'll switch to the wireframe. Here's where you can see the different LODs, and so this is where, you know, the player spawns there, and I could probably generate more of these. This isn't very large around the player, but I was just doing this for performance and stuff. That makes sense. I was wondering, when you chop a tree, for example, what happens to the ISM instance? So you just call remove instance on the ISM, and you pass in the item from the hit result. So on my axe, I have a collision overlap listener, and whenever that overlaps with a specific class, and so that class for me is Trappable Tree Hism. And it doesn't need to do anything, it's just a specific type that I plug in to my forest graph. And so that'll get plugged in this static mesh spawner, so I have Trappable Tree Hism here. And so my axe knows whenever I connect with a Trappable Tree Hism, start the chop process. And that hit result has an item integer on the struct that you can use to, if you just use that and call remove instance, then that should remove it. I'm doing that somewhere here. Here we go. Here it is. Right here. So if I have a tree hism hit result, tree hism comes from the hit component. If I hit that, I'm going to spawn my dynamic mesh actor, remove the tree hism, and carry on my wayward son. Okay, so why is this happening? Why is my light? I'm just gonna have to turn that off. It's fine for now, I suppose. Oh, I did that. That's why. There we go. I turned off the lighting. No wonder. Hey, why are the lights off? Oh, you turned off the lights. Okay, so let's see. Let's see now. I've got this all saved. I need to enable all these now. Force regen. Did anything happen there? Display debug biome. Force generate. Okay, so these are supposed to be my biomes here. The different colors represent different biomes. I don't know why it's so straight right there. I don't know why. What it's supposed to be doing... Oh god, there is so much in here, isn't there? It's getting bigger. Not that one. There is it's this thing. So this is what's supposed to be being rendered with the tutorial that I was following. I mean, this is, they have a sample PCG biome level. And so this is what gets drawn on there. But for some reason, it's drawing that. And I guess black are points that it doesn't have a biome for. And I only have one of these like biome setups for troubleshooting purposes. And it is set to yellow. But I just don't know why the shape is that way. Even when I had all the other stuff that I copied over from that level, it still was just like this and not representing properly what the texture was. But it'll be nice because if it's just using a texture to base the biomes off of, I can do something similar with a texture I've already rendered and just do it kind of a different one. This is what I'm using. This is my world map. That's the world map. And I'm just kind of doing something, I'm scoping it down to something like that for the player. Okay, and so let me get rid of these debug points here. Hello, please. Regenerate, please. Okay, so we just have a few trees now. Why is that? So we're going to need to step through this and debug. Let's see. How many points do we have here? We have 208 points. Let's visualize that. Now these points are pretty big, okay? And so I think the reason that this is because of the bounds. So this is actually the, it should be at least, the biome bounds, and they're quite large. So I look at that. Scale method extents. So let me look at the bounds here. The bounds are very large, and if I look at this actor data, the bounds are very small. And I don't want the large bounds. I just want the small ones from here. So I'm going to use these eventually to spawn my trees, and I don't need them to be that big. That's why not many trees are getting spawned. So what does this data look like? Yeah, bounds are quite large here. Did they update PCG in the latest update? I don't recognize some of the PCG nodes. They did, and that's exactly what made me update to 5.4. I was on 5.2 earlier. Started trying to follow some videos, and they had nodes I didn't have, so I was like, well, shit. And then I updated, and then everything fucking broke, of course. I had to, like, my whole build system broke. I had to, like, reinstall Visual Studio. It was such a pain. But we got it fixed. But yeah, it's like the bounds are being taken from source 1 rather than primary source. So let me read what this says again. For each given source input on the primary pen, spatial data will be generated as a result of sequentially intersecting with the other source inputs, implicitly unioned. Should an intersection... That means absolutely fucking nothing to me. For each given source input on the primary pen. Now, if I were to switch these, hang on, let me pause it. Does it change the bounds at all, or is it just using the largest bounds? Yeah, the bounds are still large. They're thick. And I am a man who likes thick bounds, but it's not exactly what I can use them for right now. So how do because I just want points that exist in these bounds. Can I just I wonder, can I just generate spatial data from this? Grid? Create points grid? Okay, I can't pass anything into that, so that doesn't help. Wait, let me hang on. I'm gonna check that out again. Create grid. Grid extents. Wondering if I could somehow accumulate all of the points here. Don't know how I would do that though. duplicate point, combine points. None of this is looking like what because I want something that like basically just takes this and kind of accumulates it or reduces it into a single piece of data. Attribute reduce. Max extents? No, that won't be. Because that's just going to give me the max, the biggest one. And I basically want to... Let me read this. Generate multiple data. Output, operation, max. Merge output. Option to merge all results into a single attribute set with multiple entries. Yeah, I don't think that's what I'll want. So how do I take my itty bitty points from here? And so I've done the intersection, so I basically clamped these points to that. Because I've culled them all. Can I do like a difference? Is there a difference? And so what does it output? Spatially subtracts, outputting the differences of the two. And so if I did that, what does this look like? Does this give me the basically all the non-areas? All the non-biome areas? It doesn't exactly seem to be that way. The intersection definitely... There's got to be some sort of filter, right? And these don't really have any density information. What does the attribute filter give me? So I want more than one freaking point for these big chunks. It's actually kind of hard to see the chunks. I mean, that is quite a few points actually. They're very grid-like. Like technically that should be enough points to like generate a passable tree forest. A tree forest, yes. So I don't know, maybe we can just work with that and see what can we do here. So let me debug this here. What do we get now? Huh, so I'm kind of missing quite a few points. If I go here, yeah, it's like kind of ignoring some on some chunks. Weird. And it has one right here as well, like what the hell? Yeah, some of these points don't, they don't line up. They don't line up. And I should probably figure out how to discard some of those. Some of these are okay. Then we go from here. We are transforming them to have the right rotation. And we do not in water. Oh yes, and then we were doing the density filter here. Yeah, because I mean, this is a little awkward. There's apparently a point up there. We go back to those little tripods. There's apparently a point in the sky. There it is. Why are you in the sky? I'm going to take a quick peek at the function I use to transform this. So here it is. For each point, this is what happens. I get the chunk. I look at the transform position and I transform it. Well, first I find the terrain chunk at that world location. So I'm wondering, it kind of did seem to line up. So there's like a lot of chunks. Not a lot of chunks, a lot of points here. And then I get to the edge of the chunk and then there aren't a lot. What chunk is this? What coordinate? This is 0, -1, -1, -1, 0, -2. Where's 0, 0 at? There's 0, 0. I may want to scale those a little bit so I can see them better. What am I at? 1. Like, can I get 2? Okay. So now I can see those a bit better. Yeah, and these ones don't exactly go down. So there is something about these big points being all over the place, all cattywampus-like, that is not translating to my terrain chunk vertices properly. Most of them are okay, actually. And they should line up pretty well. Yeah, they're probably, yeah, so those are each on a vertex. So I need to figure out, should I log, like, what chunk they think they're supposed to be on? Okay, so we have a lot of this happening in the logs, right? Could not find chunk vertex. Or no, could not find chunk at location. Let me see. Could not find... Hello? Could not find chunk at location. Now it's all not being able to find the chunk vertex, but I think I discard those ones. Get vertex transform. Could not find chunk vertex. Okay. And so what do I return here? Probably just, yeah, default. Okay. Get vertex transform world point. Kind of want to log what, when this happens, what is the point? What is the point? And what else, what other information do I need to know here? The chunk, I want to know, and I'm in the terrain chunk. So yeah, we'll just leave that like that. We'll put this at the top. Get vertex transform from world point. So what are we doing here? Transform world chunk to transform world location to chunk vertice. And so I take the world location, divide it by the scale, which is 50. That's the distance between my vertices. And then set the... I round it to an integer. Based on the chunk position. That may be some good information to know as well. So let's log the chunk vertex there. What other information do I need to know to properly debug this? I mean, that's about it. Vertex coordinate to index. Okay, so where do I build this at? Let me check this out. Does this have all my verts? Okay, yeah, so this is the nested loop that I use to generate all the vertices of my procedural mesh. Every vertice I add, I just add to this map that allows me to do a constant time complexity lookup for the vertex to help make this function a little bit more efficient. And so I guess essentially it's saying it's not in that map, right? And so maybe it would be good to do a breakpoint here so I can maybe look at the map to see what the map contains. I'm hoping that writer actually gives me that information. Okay, we've logged everything we can there. So that's probably, that's all the warnings in the console. That's probably what's going to be happening here. We also transform it back to a world location after we've transformed it to a vert. So do we have a bunch at like 0, 0? Is that where those end up? This is chunk 0, 0. Are there a bunch like right there? I don't think so, actually. So that's surprising. And what do I do when that happens? I mean, I just return the vertex transform. You know what I might do? I think what I might do is take these and here in my transform, I'm just gonna like offset them by like 1. I want to see if there's many duplicates here. And so this is going to apply a random offset to them. And so I'm not seeing any. I was hoping to see like if they were lined up perfectly to like kind of be slightly off now so I could see if there were multiples at a single vertex. It doesn't look like it. So that's actually good. That's good. So I was having some duplicated trees earlier. It's good to see that these are not duplicating. Okay, we can take that out. Wait, do I need a force regen here? Okay, we're still good. We are still good. Okay, put that back. Okay, so now that I've logged everything, we're going to run live coding on that, and we're just going to see if that gleans us any information. Okay, so this is going to spit out a metric fuck ton of logs. And it's probably going to take forever. Fair warning, chat. Okay, so we hit our breakpoint. Let's check out. So we've reached one that does not exist in the vertex coordinate map. And what are we checking for there? The chunk vertex, -120, 104. That sounds like a proper vertex. So my vertices are in the range of -120 to +120. And so it would, that seems valid. Why is it not in here? So -120, and what was the y? What was the x is -120, y is 104. So why wouldn't this be in the map? X is -120, y is 104. Okay, so this is, it only is doing every 10. Am I doing that on purpose? I mean, that would make sense as to why it's not in here. Yeah, because there's only 600 verts in this map. I gotta look back at my mesh generator here. Yeah, this should be, well, that might be the, you know what I bet that is? I bet that is the simplified, the lower LOD mesh, and that's why it's every 10. Because what I do here is I have a mesh simplification increment, and here's my level of detail is applied right here. So I essentially just divide the vertices per line by the level of detail, and then I get a simplified, reduced number. And so I bet that's what that is. And let me check. I mean, we're frozen in the editor here, so I can't check, but I'm going to check what LOD all those chunks are. Let me get rid of some of these so I can focus a bit better. Okay, so terrain chunk into mesh generator. Yeah, I mean, I'm just adding every single one, so this has to be, and I wonder if I click the mesh generator, can I see... Yeah, the number of vertices is only 625, and do I have... Yeah, so this is definitely a lower LOD. How long have I been using Unreal Engine? About a year and a half. So in November, I think it'll be 2 years. If I'm remembering correctly. Okay, so that explains why I can't find that there. And so what's going to happen to this point? This point is going to be lost, and it's going to be very sad. It's going to be a sad point. Wait, it's saying vertex is 104, 104, but that doesn't make sense. Because this didn't get reached. Maybe that's just what it was before. Writer's debugging kind of throws me off sometimes. We're going to continue. Let's look at the next one. I'm positive that these are all going to be from lower LODs now. Mesh generator, again, 625. Okay, so we're just going to skip all that. We're just going to see what the logs say. Did that generate it? Did that generate them all? World point, chunk vertex. Those do look like legit vertexes, and so I wanted to check the... Yeah, so here's where it gets all wonky, is in the lower LOD one. That's why it gets wonky on this line right here. This chunk is perfect though. So I'm wondering, do I should maybe interpolate or something for those chunks. I may need to rethink how yeah, I mean, this is going to need some sort of drastic overhaul to my whole terrain system. Not the terrain system, but like how I'm deciding to generate my high LODs and low LODs. Pretty much everything before was only generating on the highest level of detail mesh. And I had it set that way on purpose, and now it's not because the biomes are just generating on bounds that are not kind of tied up to my terrain chunks. And so reconciling the difference between these two systems is going to take some level of effort that is non-trivial. And what do I want to do about that? Should I just make it to where it doesn't, maybe it doesn't return any points for the lower LODs? And that would kind of match up better. And then that way, if I were to ever be able to increase the distance that the high LODs can generate at away from the player, then that would work nicely. And that's why are you in the water? Get out of the water. All of yous. So maybe I won't worry about these points. Or maybe I should just find some way to call them. That would probably require another custom node. Or perhaps I just call them here in the node I already have. And so that starts here. Okay, and this is where this is the function I was logging everything from. So new transform is point.transform. Right, so that we maintain, if we're not, I have some Boolean flags here to check what I can and can't, or what I should or shouldn't set here. Chunk. Chunks, man. They're gonna be in my nightmares tonight. But then we take this and we transform it back to the world location, which is probably why those things are getting all fucky. And so chunk vertex, -104, -88. Won't they pop in if you call them? I mean, everything already is popping in, so that's not so bad. I'm hoping if I just make enough things obstructed, 1, and 2, I do enough, like the HLOD, or not the HLODs, the hierarchical instance static meshes have some distance culling, start cull, start distance culling, so it's not. If I do this in combination with my terrain chunk system, I'm hoping that a whole chunk won't pop in all at once, but, you know, maybe individual trees will pop in and you won't really notice it so much. And maybe I can just make them fade in, you know, so it's not so jarring. But I do need some way to, because I can't just generate endlessly, right? I have to call them some way. And I don't want to generate the entire world's worth of static meshes in order to use that call distance stuff. I'm pretty sure it has to generate, right, to be able to use this call distance. So I don't want to have to generate everything. I have to decide at some point when to generate it, and right now that point is very close to the player, but it's going to stay that way just to speed things up during development. And so let me log what exactly my vertex is here. Could not find chunk vertex. I mean, this is going to be like 0, 0, 0, right? And then it's going to take it and like, let me find out. I'm going to log what my eventual translation is. Okay, I'm gonna pop that out. Auto, final. Okay, no, we have, I mean, come on, we have to name this final destination. I mean, come on, you can't not. Them's the rules. Okay, and then we have our final for whatever the hell that gets transformed into. Because if it's 0, 0 and it doesn't really match up with the... wait, I'm transforming chunk vert to world, and this may be a misnamed function. Transform chunk vert to world location, but I'm passing in a essentially a vertex transform. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's literally what I named it. Okay. And getting the location of that transform. So yeah, this may be, so vector, and then I add the chunk position, which is, this is, what does this do? Is this my world position? It's chord times number of square vertices per chunk. Okay. And so that would be like number of square, it's like 240 times the coordinate, like if this is 1 1, it would be 240. Okay, so that's not in world position, that's chunk position. Yeah. And then I multiply it by the scale to get that. So yeah. Multiplying it by the scale is what transforms it into world. So that technically should work, whether it's a chunk coordinate or just a vertice, I think. But yeah, we're gonna log. We've logged the final. Clear our logs here, and we will regenerate this. Get some new logs. Okay, so it looks like this is a chunk. This is the middle of a chunk. These are middle chunk coordinates. Because this is chunk. -2, -1. -2, what is this? -1. Where's -2, -1? It's like it's 1, -2. It's 2, 1. So -2 should be over here. I'm looking for chunk -2, -1. Is that this one? That's this one. Okay. Yeah, so there's actually some here. And the position of this chunk is -2400, -1200. And that is exactly what position some of these points are being returned at. Yep, and so there it is. Look at that. There's all my points. There's a bunch of points there. And so I'm guessing every low res has a bunch of points sitting at its origin. Yep. There they are. There's our missing points. We found them, chat. What do we do with these points now, though? So essentially I should probably just interpolate between the two closest verts, but how do I find those? I essentially need to, I have two options. I can either A, just not worry about vertices on the lower LOD meshes and just call them if they decide to try and generate. Now, I could do that, or I'm thinking that there is a kind of easy way to interpolate these. So I have these vertices, and I'm essentially going to have a vertex that is in between two other ones in here. And I should be able to do some math based on the mesh simplification increment to determine where they should be. Approximately. Okay, so that's actually a problem because it's not going to be exact, it's going to be interpolated. And so when the LOD changes from the low res one to the high res one, there could be some additional vertices generated that end up making the placement of these look wonky, because these will not end up regenerating with what I have right now. The PCG biome, and I don't know if I want to. So I think maybe option A is what I want to do. Because I'm essentially saying, yeah, when my high-res LODs generate, that's the final outcome. That's like our final solution. Okay, so I think I just want to call these. And so I think what I'm going to do here is do Unreal Engine's patented out transform. They do this all the time in the source code. And then I'm going to return a bool here. And this bool is going to be, so rather than a transform, because you're sampling landscape changing resolution would change the points. Yeah, it could put it in a really awkward, hard to recover from point. You know, some particular mesh. Most of them, it probably wouldn't matter too much. Like the trees go underground a little bit anyway, so it doesn't matter if the points are off a little bit there. But for other things that I actually do want to lay right on the ground, when the terrain chunk changes resolution, it could move up or down underneath that point. And so I'm just not going to generate those. We're going to clip them. And then whenever it changes from the low res to the high res, that's when I'll generate them. And that way I don't have to do it multiple times. But then what I'm going to have to do is now, that means I'm going to have to find a way to make the PCG Biome plugin render when and how I want it to. Which seems like a fucking massive task. Smart. Is it? I feel like I'm rambling so fucking much right now, so I'm glad at least one person understands what the hell I'm saying. Yeah, I think I have a path forward now. It's going to lead to some issues down the line, I think. Yeah, good luck with it, yeah. Yeah, tune in, I'll let you know how it goes. You know, catch me tomorrow cursing at my computer. I get what you're saying, but it's not going to be easy. Well, I've made it this far. And you know what I thought was actually going to be, I was actually going to get stuck on was the, so when I was showing the world map earlier, and the coastlines and stuff, I had to generate a fall-off map, which is essentially I had to basically create an array of vertices that I wanted to subtract from my actual vertices in order to get it to slope down the coastline. And I had to do this. I couldn't just do it on every edge, right? I had to, because then you just take distance from center, right? And you just take that, you're like, how far is each vertice from center? Okay, just subtract it that much. But I had to do it on only specific sides of the mesh for the coastlines, right? And it was determined on what pixel on the map is to the left, what pixel on the map is to the right, top, bottom, top left, bottom left. And I had to generate a fall-off map for each scenario, for each surrounding chunk, to get those coastlines to all match up together. And I actually got it fucking working, and I was actually really surprised. So you could say I'm learning, but you won't be able to convince me. What does this want to be? It wants a quad? Yeah. Is it a quad here? Or can I get rotation? What is this? Oh, it's a vector. Can I just get the quaternion? Yeah, there we go. I'm using it for my game. I have not done any plugin development yet. Then we will return true here because we found one. And then we can get rid of that now. That, and we can return false. We'll keep those logs in there for now. Okay, so that now returns a bool. And we need to add this parameter as well. Yeah, I'll definitely be watching the progress for all this. I appreciate that. This raid tonight was pretty crazy. I've only been streaming for consistently for a week. Maybe a little bit longer. But yeah, it's been pretty crazy how it feels pretty fast to me. I mean, I only usually have anywhere from 2 to 4 viewers, so it's not very much, but it does feel pretty fast to me what's been going on, and it also feels fast the progress I'm making, because I'm much more focused when I'm streaming for some reason. I don't dick around as much. Okay, so that's looking good. And this way, I'm gonna need to rebuild the engine here. Save everything. Yeah, that's crazy. I was like at, I think I started with like 10 followers that were just like friends, you know, who, you know, never really watched, but we've been steadily getting followers every day. And then today, you know, a huge raid came in from Odd Oculus. I'm definitely gonna have to check out their stream at some point. I should give them a follow. Let me see here. Follow. Yeah, I'll have to check down that top-down RPG that was working on before that. But yeah, we had a ton of follows, which is crazy. We're so close to getting to affiliate. I'm gonna get a fucking sub button soon. He's good, yeah. It sounds like I could, you know, he said he was working for like what 20 years, so definitely feel like I could learn a thing or two from someone who's been in the game for that long, so to speak. What is this? What are we happening here? Oh yeah. So this is now going to be bool success. Transform. Okay, and so if we have this, I kind of want to tell it to remove the point. For each point, returns a point. So it takes in a point, and it returns that very same point. So I'm going to have it take in a point, and rather modify that point. I mean, that's kind of what it does anyway. Modifies it, then returns it. So I'm going to have this instead. Oh, T functions. This is going to return a Boolean. I hate the signature for callbacks in Unreal C++. It seems so fucking hard to discern what you actually need to do here. And so what I'm going to say here, I don't need this like new transform. So we're going to get rid of that. And we're just going to set the transform of the point directly. So now this is nice and clean. And this is going to return a Boolean for should keep. And if should keep, we will add it to our new points array. Okay, and so I'm hoping that will cull all of our points. I'm hoping this will be a fruitful endeavor here. And I'm really just hoping to see all of my points disappear. Well, not all of them. The ones on the lower res LODs. Yep, let's open up all those again. Don't need that or that or that. Really just, yeah, really just my forest graph. With biome, yes. And let's generate the terrain. Okay, and then we'll force update the biome. Generate. Okay, nothing happened. I have one tree. Okay, when I said I wanted all my points to disappear, I wasn't being literal. Okay. What is... Okay, I messed something up here. I messed something up. Is it because I'm updating the point? Oh my god, there's so many. Well, they're not all right there. So that's something, right? But now they're not aligned to my terrain. So let's look at some of these points. I mean, again, these are pretty center. Why would this have happened for my changes? I had a bunch of successful ones here. I don't think these are the actual points. PCG, are you lying to me? Are you lying to me? Let's see how these get transformed. Rather, let's look at these ones real quick. That's still that. I don't think that'll be any different. Did this skip everything? Do I wait? Where do I return? I return success. Success is here. Yeah, if success is true, I add it. I'm gonna instead return here. Hopefully get rid of some of these logs and make it easier to determine what's going on. Okay, that didn't pick up the changes. What the heck? Here we go. Okay. Let's clear out all these logs. Clear them out. Okay. And so we definitely... Yeah, the Z's are very... They're very even numbers, which is not what they should be. This one is good. But that means we actually... If I see this, right, the final destination one, those are ones that we've kept. And so let me actually look at... So input, how many do we have? Hang on, I gotta expand this. We have 208 in. How many out do we have? 208. That doesn't make sense. We should have gotten rid of a lot of them. And so does this have 208 coming out of it? Output. So it's a... So it's like batching some information here. So the input and output is the same. Let's do 13. Out is 10. In is... Wait, there's so many more in. Why are these all peculiar? I'm just gonna undo some stuff. What would I do without Control Z? I'd have to live with the mistakes that I made. That's terrifying. Okay, so this is what I had here to begin with. And I just returned points, so it's like modifying the point shouldn't be a big deal, because I'm doing that anyway with the transform here. Is it scale? Is scale the issue? Am I not setting the scale? Because that was something... Yeah, so let's, instead of having a new transform, let's just pass the point transform in. And that function will update it. And we won't have a fresh transform that maybe has a scale that's not correct. Well, this is going to set rotation and location. Okay, so that we're just throwing that functionality out the window for a second. Okay, so this just got a lot more simple. The only thing that changed here is returning true or false. Oh, I was returning the scale 1 here. Does that matter? I might put a breakpoint here to see what the point's scale is. Because maybe setting it to 1. Maybe setting it to 1 was important. Is this getting mad at me for? Oh, it's not returning true or false. Right. Return success instead. Okay, now let's update. You know what? Did I rebuild the engine for this? Because I technically changed a header file. Maybe was that my issue? I hate playing these games with Unreal Engine, man. It's like a really picky... Unreal Engine is like a picky eater. You have to do everything in a very, very particular way. Or else it's like, no, I don't want it. And then it crashes. And then you have to spend 2 minutes building it again. And then it crashes. Yeah, watch it have crashed right there. And it's like, you said I was gonna crash, so I crashed. It's like, oh, I didn't mean it like that, come on. Generate the terrain. Yes. Okay, so we hit that breakpoint. Maybe I should do that. Continue. This isn't a... No, okay. We're just hitting the breakpoint, and Ryder is not handling it very well. What info? And it's giving me nothing, no information, because I wanted to see the point transform. Maybe let me breakpoint there instead. Okay, what is your transform point? Okay, so the scale, that's not 1. So maybe the scale did have something to do with it. We'll see. Okay, okay. Something's happening. Nuts. Yeah, I mean, the scale is the only thing that's different. What does transform have anything else on it that could be affecting this? I mean, it's rotation, translation, and scale. But I mean, I was setting it to like a new instance of a transform, the point. So, wondering if I should change back to doing that rather than just like reusing its already set transform. Yeah, so if this doesn't work, I'm gonna go back to trying to do that. Okay. And the thing is, it should be trying to get rid of some of these. Well, it got rid of the floating ones. But maybe these ones maybe happened to properly line up with the vertex, so that's why I didn't get rid of them. Some of those as well. They're just not getting set to the right height. And that maybe has something to do with transform. We will find out. I'll change back to doing this. Call it vertex transform. Oh, I wasn't doing this part. That's an essential vitamin right there. That doesn't make sense. I'm essentially saying here, if I don't have these booleans set, then I'm gonna reset it to what the points transform was initially. And if I have not success, turn false. Turn true here, and we build. And close. Okay. Show me the money. Come on, are you fucking serious? There's no way. I am refusing to accept it. Unload the map. We're gonna unload the map and reload it. Clean up. Alright, terrain. The heck, man? I clicked generate. Bro, this ain't it. Okay, do I just need to like completely undo this? Like, what is happening? I really feel like I'm being gaslit by PCG right now. I don't appreciate it. So let me look at my final. Okay, so I'm logging these points. These points are flat, right? Like these aren't... Bro, I know. That's what I'm kind of feeling right now. And I've just spent like, I don't know, like the past like half hour trying to fucking figure it out. And it's not the first time it's happened. The PCG, yeah, gets you with the viewport bugs, as you say. So these are all at like the same Z level. I don't think I'm seeing any of these Z's that are at the same level. Okay, I am. I lied. Which, like, it maybe would happen. But, like, these are, like, right next to each other, right? Yeah, you're waiting to go back into it? You're waiting for, like, updates for it to get a little bit more mature or something like that? Yeah, so this is, like... Actually, no, these are, like, not close to each other. Some of these are, some of them aren't. But they are not on the same Z-axis. Or on the same Z level. Yeah, and like all of these, I would see all of these at like negative. This would be negative something. Let me see if Z equals negative. Are any of them? Okay, so we do have quite a few at negative numbers, but they're all at different negative numbers. Because the water, the ground under the water technically is negative, right? Yeah, so they should... This is negative numbers underneath the water. Do any of these... There are a lot underwater. You know what? When I log the final destination, I also want to know what chunk they're on. That may help me debug a little better. I'm really feeling like this is PCG gaslighting happening right now. A viewport bug triggered you after trying to fix a problem. Yeah, dude. And it's like, again, with Unreal Engine being a picky eater, you have to like just like press it in just the right spots. Hey, another follow. Zolcher, thank you so much. Thank you. We are so close to getting to the 50 followers goal. It's pretty exciting that this all happened in one night. I had 40 at the beginning of today. Or no, I had 38 at the beginning of today. So today has been a huge day for follows, and I appreciate Hey mate, just curious, that's IntelliJ you use, how come no Visual Studio? Because it's, first of all, it's Writer, and it's so much fucking better than Visual Studio. It is the best purchase that I have made. I wish I started using it sooner. It does such a better job at teaching you how to use Unreal, and it helps you so much more. It is insane how much better Writer is than Visual Studio at Unreal Engine. It is specifically built for Unreal Engine. It's easy to set up too. I can go into specifics if you'd like, but I think you should just go start the trial and start using it, and you'll see for yourself how much better it is. It is insane how much better it is. See, look at these logs. Don't these logs look pretty? This is Ryder. So we're gonna forcibly regenerate. Yeah. Wait, this is a... I'm clicking the terrain chunk regenerate, not the biome regenerate. I use IntelliJ Community, not very C++ friendly, but it's much better to find Unreal's classes. Still VS for general dev and Unreal. Hey, if you're an IntelliJ boy like me, I always have been. Used to use WebStorm back in my React days. But yeah, like once I found out Ryder was a thing, I tried it out, and it is... Visual Studio, like here's me every time I open Visual Studio. Hang on, bear with me. Here we go. This is what I want. This is me every time I accidentally open Visual Studio. This is what happens when I open Visual Studio. All my homies hate Visual Studio. We only install it for its build tools. That's it. This little maneuver is going to cost us 51 years every time IntelliJ boots up. Or not IntelliJ, Visual Studio. Day job is Java plus IntelliJ. Yeah, I wish my workplace had better support for IntelliJ. We have our own... it's basically... it's called Cider, but it's a base... They basically just rebuilt VS Code. So... Yeah, I know, right? Like, I have, like... Even when you try to force end it... Like, force end the task... It still doesn't end it sometimes. So the points that are coming out of this do have a Z location that is quite similar. I used Ryder when it was free and it was really nice. Yeah, I mean, I really wish I had used it when I was starting to learn Unreal, because I was just doing it in Visual Studio, and I didn't know C++ at all, and I didn't know Unreal at all. So learning those two things at the same time in Visual Studio, like, it was very, very, it was very slow. And if I had Ryder, it would have taught me so much better, because it's just, the autocomplete is just miles better. And it tells you about things, like little pitfalls and stuff like that. It's like, hey, this should be a pointer. Hey, you should put a U property here. And so what is happening that is so damn different? I'm just undoing everything at this point. Vertex. And then what do I do here? I'm just gonna undo everything and then redo it again. This is kind of stupid at this point. Trying to figure out. Maybe I'll keep the signature the same. So I just return a new rotation. We will instead. Yeah, I mean, how could this be any freaking different, man? Oh yeah, I never checked the chunk names here. But these look correct. But what is being spit out here doesn't. Like, look at these. I don't... By the way, how is the text size on the screen for those watching the stream? Like, is it tiny? Like, can you actually read the stuff I'm pointing at? It's kind of hard to tell for me. So I have like a 2K monitor, and then I'm like downscaling to 1080p. So is it easy to read this stuff, or is it hard? Like, should it be bigger? Text size is good. I go full screen to see text. It's hard to read for you? Okay. I kind of figured it would be hard, but it's like, how do I don't know how to make Unreal Engine. I guess I could just like change the resolution down to 1080p, like that might help, of my whole computer monitor. But maximized browser is readable too. Okay. So somewhere in the middle, it sounds like. X negative 6800, Y negative 6800. Okay, so here's the thing. My logs are showing this point at negative 6800, negative 6800 to have a different Z. But here it has a position Z of negative 200. What is happening? What is happening? It's readable, just small. Yeah, I'll have to think about some ways to make that a bit better. Because I've looked at other people's streams, and it seems like they just like blow up their text editor real fucking big. And it's like, god damn, how do you work like that? I need to see more text at a time. So we're including the translation in the normals. Let's not get rid of any as well. Just see, because we weren't getting rid of any before. That shouldn't have any impact. Just to check our assumptions. Yes, I know. I already fixed that. Thank you, though. Did I? 29? Huh? Yeah, the expression's not used and that's fine. Missing... Did I type the wrong goddamn thing? What? Wait, what? Am I losing my mind? Missing semicolon before identifier new points. I have one. Okay, it like didn't pick up on the change, so if I do that. Ryder, what the hell is happening here? After I just talked you up, I was trying to, I was literally a marketing spokesperson for you. And now you were gaslighting me, as a matter of fact. Yeah, now it works. What the hell, Ryder? Still nothing. Still nothing. I mean, shit, I guess I'll just change it back to what it was. I mean, seriously, what the hell else could this be? There's probably something super obvious I'm missing, and I'm missing it because I've been staring at this for too long, and I'm kind of sleepy. I mean, it has to be something with the way I'm, like, passing transforms in. I've logged that. Okay, so let me log this right here. Sure, lambda operator. Okay, and so, yeah, I'm just gonna get the new transform. Get location. So, toString, yes. If include translate. So I'm gonna do this after this. So we're gonna make sure that that translation is being set properly, and we're gonna make sure here that the point transform location is getting set properly. Ugh. Force regen. What do we get? It's still fucking... Still negative 200 on this. Even though these have a different Z. Let's clean up the biome core. Clean it up. I don't know what clear PCG link does, but I'll click that a few times. A little bit more here. Force generate. Nope, same thing. Can make a nice Minecraft level with these points. Okay, I mean, if that's not going to give us any help, we literally have to redo everything here. Change it back to what it was. Oh no, my undo history doesn't go back any further. Alright. We're gonna turn those off. And then the only thing that's different is my brackets. Okay, this is all the same. Sure, we will save. We will rebuild. We will rebuild. I mean, if this still has the same bullshit, then it's like definitely PCG's fault. And I have to, like, I don't know, nuke. I literally have to set my RAM on fire, destroy it in order for it to stop caching these bullshit points. So I mean, like, what the hell else could it be? Yep, that's why I stopped. Yeah. Yeah, if this doesn't work, I may have to stop as well. And just put the biome stuff on halt. Maybe we'll do some more colonist AI stuff. So I want to do loot. Loot would be kind of easy. Straightforward, kind of. But then I would actually have to create some loot. Which sounds like a pain. Yeah, at least aware of it and don't spend days on it like I did. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I have been bit by that as well. And we were having some good success with it. I literally just learned about this plugin today, so it's not going horribly with that in mind. It is. It's powerful. It's nice and easy to get up and running as well. But it's like trying to do some advanced stuff or trying to like do specific things. And it's like every system in Unreal, you have to learn how to do it in that system. And every system has different nodes and shit, you know. It can be a lot. Okay, so I think this got our old points back, I'm pretty sure. Debug here. Yeah, there are points. So what on earth was happening? It had to be something with passing around the transform refs, right? Right? Or setting the so let me look what I'm doing. Here's the point. Okay, so I guess the difference is I'm reassigning the transform on the point. And I'm not mutating the point any more than that. But I could have sworn one of the things I tried was to do this as well. And so I'm just going to do one thing here. And that one thing is to pass this in by ref. This is all we're going to do. We'll also return it too. Sure. So maybe it's Unreal C++ that is biting me in the ass right now. Or rather has been. So that's the only difference. Is just passing that in by ref. And I will need to rebuild. Because I slightly touched a header file wrong. And Unreal Engine hates that. And this is why people use Unity. Like, you're powerful, but goddamn, you are picky. Rebuilding? Okay, we succeeded. Are there any edits to the blueprint on the level? I haven't played with PCG, but have get weird disconnect when blueprint in the level has changes. I don't think that's the issue here. But yeah, there's super weird behaviors. I have had corrupted blueprints and all sorts of shenanigans when I'm just trying to, like, you know, if you like change a component in C++ that has been, and that C++ class has like a blueprint subclass of it that is using that component, and then it just like loses all the data, shit like that. Yeah, it's really annoying that kind of stuff happens. And Epic just kind of, they're just like, not only will we not have good documentation, but we're not going to fix that either. Like, oh gee, thanks. PCG could be saving them in variables not correctly declared. Yeah, I mean, that's what we were talking about. Me and Hasty were talking about how PCG kind of gaslights you sometimes because it doesn't clear its caches properly. But yeah, I just tested that. I reverted all my code back and it worked, so it wasn't PCG. Yeah, mine were getting corrupted even though they weren't in a level. Because I spawn everything in. Nothing is placed in my level other than a couple parent classes. By parent, I mean like my endless terrain class is like one of the only ones. But we just determined that PCG was indeed not gaslighting us. And it was instead, okay, what is this? What is this? What are you saying to me? Not a number bounds. Okay, can we recover from that? No, we're gonna keep doing it. Okay, this is working again. So let me make sure that this isn't just cache data. We're gonna clean it up. Force generate. Okay, it's working now. Okay, so I guess, what the hell was the difference here? So I guess this is the only way I can mutate the transform of the point. Yeah, you want docs, look at C++ and debug it. Yeah, say it with me. Source code is not a proper substitute for proper documentation. It's not. And I have met defenders of that. You know, I work at Google, and they're like, "Oh yeah, just look at the look at our fucking petabytes big mono repo source code." Yeah, I'm like, yeah, that's not. Well, part of the job is dealing with ambiguity. I'm like, can I just have some docs, please? Like, they're just poor documentationist apologists is what they are, and they are scum. Not really. They, you know, there's trade-offs, but I like documentation. And dude, you know, I actually tried to start writing some feature documentation for our app, and like the amount of code review pushback I got for trying to submit those docs, it's like, bro, I'm trying to help. Like, why are you preventing me from like just the nitpickiest shit? Like, oh, leave this out. It you know, it brings up more questions than it answers and stuff like that, which, like, that could be a valid criticism, but for what he was commenting on, I was like, dude, like, this doesn't bring up more questions than it answers. Like, yeah, it doesn't like explicitly say every single fucking scenario that this happens, but it was saying something like, oh, this usually only happens for this reason. And it's like, oh, just omit this entirely if you can't, you know, spell out every reason. And I'm like, that's not, I don't believe in that. Yeah, and you still don't have clarity of the context about intended use cases. Yeah, I mean, how long do you have to read source code before you can glean the same amount of information that a bit of updated docs will give you? They are scum. Okay, I like you. A man after my own heart. And dude, I still have that documentation CL just sitting out in limbo. It has not been submitted. I created it like months ago. Just gave up. I was like, fine, we won't have docs. And now we're transitioning our backend, some parts of our backend, to another team. And so they're having to go through and document some of the fucking features so they can hand it off to this other team. Oh my god. It's almost like poetic at that point. So yeah, I guess this was the problem here. Like, I can only mutate the point in this way. I can only mutate the point in that way. Or rather, maybe I can only return the point in that way. Maybe it was how I'm... So it's one of these two things. Yeah, oh, you know what it was? I think it was this. I think I needed to do that. Oh, I needed that one little fucking... What do you call this? An ampersand? That's what I needed. Watch, this is gonna work. This is gonna work. 60% of the time it works every time. No questions. I think I figured it out. We shall see. It's just one of those things where it just takes you way long. It's like literally one character. Okay. This is gonna work. Watch, watch, watch. And we're gonna call our points properly. Oh, we are so fucking back. Maybe. And I do need to restart the editor. Save, save, save. Yes, yes, yes. Rebuild. We are building. We are building. Why is Node.js running? Do I have Node installed? I don't remember doing that. I must have gotten drunk one night and installed Node. That's, you know, inhibitions were lowered. I actually used to write Node all the time. It is quick and easy. Not exactly scalable, though. Yes, I know. I know. Oh, no. Oh, I hate this. Is this happening right now? Okay, no, this is something different. Never mind. Sometimes when I change levels before the navigation has finished building, in the level I'm changing from, it'll crash because the navigation is holding things in memory and keeping them from being garbage collected, and Unreal Engine just falls on its face. Okay, PCG Biomes core. Clean up. Watch, this is gonna work. Okay, we generated. We gotta debug. We gotta debug. There it is, dude. We were so fucking back. Okay, it didn't get rid of these points, though. They must be exactly on a vertice. Let me look here. They are. They do indeed be on that vert. Yeah, okay, so that's why we're getting those. I suppose that's okay? That means they, yeah, because that means they line up on an actual vert. I'm gonna say that that's okay for now. I am gonna say that that's okay for now. We'll keep it in mind for if it becomes a problem. So now we can go back to actually doing things. We're so fucking back. Right, it's only a few here and there. Kind of actually evenly spaced across it. And there'll just be a few odd ones in the background that you may not even notice. It may not be a big deal here. Okay, so now we can step through this graph properly. Right proper. What on earth? Okay, oh right. Okay. Because our extents are very large due to the what is it? The biome bounds. So we say not in water. Can I absolute those? There we go. So now I can actually see where these points are. I say not in water. We got rid of all the ones in water. Stepping through, let's give them some noise. They're still quite large. We'll do 5. 5 is a good number. It'll allow us to see. Can we do, how big are they actually? 7.5? That's good, that's good. So we can actually see where the noise is. Then we filter them. So we only have the white. Let me look at that again. Noise, filter. And let's change that to 7.5 as well. Oh, ads. Oh, it's a Harbor Freight ad. Ugh. Alright, so, sorry chat. They won't go away. I've been listening to the lo-fi hip-hop radio for like 8 hours though, so I guess I owe them some ad watchage. Okay, so we did the density filter, so here's where some trees should spawn. Now we're doing noise. Again, I need to make this 7.5 so I can actually see what we're... And so are we duplicating here? What is happening? Are there multiple? Are there multiple points here? That's usually what happens when they're blinking like that. Is that there's multiple points there. I suppose is okay. Let's see what the density filter looks like. Wow, okay, so we need to turn that way down. Do 0.5. Okay, there's some trees. $7.5. Okay, so I need to dedupe these, essentially. I don't know why after... Maybe they were there before, they just didn't have a different density. So I'm going to do one of these pruning nodes. I still don't know how this works properly, but sometimes it works, and it's going to remove duplicates. And let's just we're gonna do that. Is this where I see the dupes? Okay, yeah. So we're gonna do that after that. I think that's good now, though. It's good. Make some space for that boy. We density filter, and there's all our trees. They're kind of floating. Oh no, they're not. We're good. They are right on the mesh though. So we're gonna need to sink them into the ground a bit. So do you know how it works, the self-pruning node? Because like remove duplicates I feel like only sometimes works if they're exactly the same. But what I want, like, you know, when I'm doing like small to large or large to small, I can't seem to get it to work the way that I'm expecting it to work. So do you know how these two settings work? Because what I'm expecting it to do is something like remove some that are close enough, or remove some whose extents are close enough. But it doesn't seem to do that. Like if I were to change this, like why are these so far apart right now? And so if I change this to like 1, even if I force regen, it doesn't change anything. If I change this to 0.1, it's like literally nothing. Like I don't understand. I use position maybe? I don't know. I mean, that did something, but if I change it to 10, say, maybe that did something? I don't understand what this is doing though. Some really small number. I mean, it doesn't do anything meaningful to me. But this is okay. It's very gritty. Like they're all on a grid, right? Like this is literally a square of trees. And so I'm using the Perlin noise. I think I probably want, I think I might even want a lower attribute noise than that. Let's try 0.25. That's a denser forest. And I need to do like some random offset for this stuff. Yeah, I'm not doing anything. So I need to do some random offset here to get them to look more natural and not, you know, 3x3 grid of trees. And I can probably, I've done some random rotation as well already, it seems. A little bit of random scale. So yeah, let's just do, we'll do -50 to +50. And then it looks like I already set them into the ground a bit. It might need to go even more into the ground. -100. Wait, that was Z. And they moved like to the left. Oh, that was -500. Okay, these are not, oh, you know what? Yeah, okay, so here's what happened. The points, the way the normals are rotated for the terrain are I'm setting the point rotation to them. And so now that these are rotated weirdly, and I have to rotate it back to get them to stand up. Now that they're rotated differently, I think it's changing what the offset is. So X is actually Z. So this is... I went negative. Do I need to go +50? Yeah, so I need to go +50 for it to go into the ground. And I'm just doing that for like I just want the trees to, you know, actually, when they're on a steep slope, actually sit in the ground. Yeah, 50 I think is good. Okay, how grid-like? That's still very grid-like. We need like -100. Is it offsetting all of them? I thought it was supposed to be random. Does not look like it's, let me get closer to some of these. Let's get ourselves a nice grid here. So if I change this to like 150, it's literally shifting them all up like the same amount. Okay, I did 2,000. Yeah, now they're just completely off their verts though. I thought this was supposed to random do it though. I think maybe that needed to be checked. Make offset min equal just negative. What does that mean? I do have them negative. It's just moving all of the points over the same amount rather than individual points. I need to get rid of that. Does that change anything? Usually that does it for each point randomly. I don't know why it's doing it for all of them right now. It's like that now. It wasn't when it was at 2K max. Yeah, but 2K was too much. I can't do a whole lot more than that. Do maybe like 200, but then it's gonna like potentially move them. But like, why is this doing it like this now? Like, it shouldn't be. Transform points has never worked like that for me. What thing do I have clicked? That is handling it this way. Unreal Engine, PCG, transform points moving all points the same amount. Spelling everything wrong in here. Yeah, what? What's happening here? What did I do? Is it this? Do I need to not do that? Hang on. That is still very grid-like. I mean, it was working differently before. It's really weird. Let's regenerate just in case. Clean. Cheap viewers, oh boy. Fucking banned, bro. And reported. Selling views. Alright. Wrecked. Okay, so this is still generating them like that. Why? And the thing I hate about this is there's not very many people posting about PCG with problems like this. Like, what the hell? Recompute the seed for each new point using its new location. Hey, I'm trying though. I wonder if I move this transform points a little bit. Maybe if I moved it upstream. Maybe after the prune? What would happen here? No, still gritty. I mean, it has to have something to do with how the new way that I'm getting the point data to begin with. I'm transforming point. I'm just setting the rotation here. Let me debug this. I'm just gonna like. That like moved everything, didn't it? Did it? It didn't. I'll change this to like -200 or we're figuring it out. We're getting some clues. Of course, this is hard to see because of the rotation. It still looks quite grid oriented. I mean, is it just because we're not moving them enough? I mean, that actually looks slightly skewed, doesn't it now? No, I mean, it's still pretty grid. I mean, do you even notice it when you're on the ground? Probably not. But I still want to do something better. Still want to do better. Let's just go negative like 500. Positive 500. That doesn't look like a grid at all. So I guess, were we just not moving it enough? You're saying not enough no spawn space. Not enough negative space, you mean, where the trees aren't? Yeah, I'm kind of worried though about the, like, see this one's like floating off the... I almost need to... I need to do this before I put them onto the map. I'm going to copy that. We're going to do that here. And that way they'll actually sit on the terrain. So what we're doing here is before we're translating them to the terrain, before we're laying them on top of the terrain, translating them to terrain chunk vertices, we are doing this random movement. And I don't want to do that part yet. Hang on, let's just zero that out. Okay, here we've got our sort of grid. I mean, yeah, that's better now, right? Ain't no grid there. Yeah, but then we get something like that, right? Let me look at these. Then we take them and set them on the ground. You may get overlapping trees, yeah. Here are a few. I mean, it's not too bad. I think these are far, like, if you look at these, like, how far apart are these? You know? I don't think I'm worried about overlapping trees that much. So I'm going to take this one out, and all I'm going to do here is set them into the ground. Should be that 50 point. Yeah, okay, cool. And so this, these, I think this one should still be in XY coordinates. Yeah, that moved over. Go 200. Positive 200. Yeah, I don't think that's going to move them enough to overlap. So yeah, I think it just had to do with how It may have been how I was, because I was kind of like doing some conversions there that I didn't need to. Hi Dad, how's that look? This is a little gritty. But are any like floating off this? No, they're good. We're good. Yeah, we're looking good here. You won't be. I was just looking if any of them were sticking out weirdly, or if I had shifted them too far over, where they were sticking out of the ground. But they all look good there. I might move them actually a little bit more. I think this is good. I'm still seeing a few that are like, you know, this area looks, you know, you can kind of see I don't know, can I go negative 500? Because it should be setting them on the ground. I guess the only thing I'm worried about is it could put some in water, but I mean, that's fine, right? That's fine. Oh, that one's completely spawned upside down. Yeah, this is solid. Okay, so let's continue. So we're gonna put some stuff around the trees here. So let me look at this filter. What do we got here? Yes, and so I'm taking each one of these. We're gonna duplicate the point 5 times. And transform the points randomly again. And so let me change this to absolute, again 7.5 maybe. No, let's do a 2. Right, so I've duplicated them and I've offset a lot of them. Density filter. Okay, that's too much. Again, too much. 0.5. Take this down, absolute size 2. Actually, I think 1 probably is fine. But is this only generating like one? This again, I think, is spawning a bunch of points. My transform points doesn't seem to be working from that, which is really interesting. Yeah, and I'm going to get rid of that one, because that's not really doing anything. Oh, other than, hang on, undo. I have to rotate them. I don't want to set absolute rotation. We're going to go negative 90. And that's it. Is that right? Okay, I didn't think so. positive 90. Okay, that's right. That's all we want to do with that transform. So it would really be, because I'm using transform points a lot. How does this work? Yeah, look at this great documentation. Isn't this look at this. Isn't this great? Okay, input. Hi, puppy dog. Moxie wants to say hi again. Hello. Hello. Say hello, chat. Thank you. You're so sweet. So sweet. There's the doggo. Okay. So we're basically trying to figure out why is transform points processing all of this at once. Unable to get point data from input, does that ever happen? No. Probably not spatial data either. Okay, that also never happens, okay? We don't get those. Those aren't reached. I don't think I set that. Points. Compute seed. Yeah, let me look at the attributes here. And so, do they all have the same seed, I guess? No, they don't. Okay, so I come here. How many points do I have? 400. I go duplicate point. I still have 400. What the fuck? Okay, so this isn't working. Wait, 335. No, okay, I was sorry. I was pressing the wrong button. Okay, now we're talking. So 67 points on this density filter. We duplicate it 5 times. Now we have 335. That sounds about right. We have 5 points, but they're all at the same location. And I'm gonna imagine. So I'm looking at position. Okay, the same points are not. And if I do that, what happens? They float. Okay, we don't want that. So that's where they are. It like moves all of them that much? 0.1? Okay, so there's all the points. Okay, so I can see them. I don't want them to be all on the same side. And if I change that to 0, then they get... Okay, so it's like seeding them based on position or something. And since they're all at the same position... it's moving all of them. Recompute seed. If I do that, force regen. Does that change anything? If I do like a copy points, copy points. What do I have here? What does this do? For each point pair from the source and target, create a copy inheriting properties and attributes depending on the node settings. What would I use that for? Is this helpful to me right now? Target. So am I copying to that place? Is that what that means? I don't know if that helps me here. I was using this before successfully. And so I don't know if I do this 0.1 thing, or maybe 0.01. It does offset them a bit, doesn't it? Done it. But it puts them all in like the same direction, right? I mean, I guess that's all I need, right? It's just a little bit. I just need a little bit. I guess it's like the transform points is like seeding this based on their position, which is what I was seeing here, and that's what gave me that idea. Okay, so then once we density filter, what happens? We get rid of a lot of those because they have the same density. So I shouldn't do that. What spawns around the trees? Rocks and shrubs. And I will show you that here in a second. Maybe I can just... Is that turned on here? Well, there's a lot more stuff that it's doing. So essentially, I need to apply some noise to this. So let's get some more... We'll just do attribute noise, right? Noise. Attribute noise. So I should do this in between here now. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna do density. That's fine. Debug. And of course, absolute. Yeah, a lot of them are the same, so maybe the transform can happen a little more aggressively. Some of them are overlapping, we'll deal with that. I almost need to set these back on the land again. I may need to do this again after I've transformed them. So we filter some densities. So we have some just random stuff around the trees. I think we should do less. Less is more. Because some of these are going to get culled from being the same anyway. Okay, let me go back to this. Yeah, we may as well cull them. Well, see, here's where I need like a... this is where I need the pruning node to like... if they're intersecting each other, to just get rid of one. See, like that's going to be too much. So I'm getting rid of the ones at the tree. So these are only returning the ones on the tree. Hang on. My density filter again? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, this is like distance away from tree, right? Yeah, because this gives me how far away they are from the tree. I do a density filter. What was I at previously? 0.5? I need to do the invert filter here. Yeah, there we go. There's some shrubs. I just need to lay them back on the ground. There we go. Got a little rock there. Got some shrubs and rocks. Looking good. I want this to be rotation as well. And then I need to transform the rotation to what was it, negative 90? Or was it 90? It was like, I think it was 90. No, it was negative 90. There we go. Now they're aligned to the slope, and those on the side of the map should grow outward. That looks a little strange. It's not bad. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so we got that one working. So now we're doing mushrooms here. Oh my dear. We got all this noise. Okay, so I'm using the same duplicate points and I'm trying to transform them again. I give them some noise. Do a density filter. Yeah, that is very, I mean, it's a decent amount of mushrooms. Yeah, I have done, but like what I don't know how to do is like how to diff it against itself. You know what I mean? Like I'm using diff here to diff it against another data set, another point set, which is how I'm doing like make sure the stuff that's spawning around the trees doesn't spawn under a tree. But I don't know how to use this node to diff something against its own data set. Do I just pass the same thing into source and differences, and you know, that's the part that trips me up there. Yeah, if only I could understand it better, you know what I mean? Then I would gladly do that. Okay, I'm gonna disable my trees just so I can see what the hell I'm doing here. Okay, so those should be spawning mushrooms ideally. Let's see how many of these points we lose from the density filter. Most of them. Do I want a density? I mean, that's very few mushrooms. And so we go from like that. That's a lot of mushrooms to this. Yeah, I don't know. There's no exactly. There's like some very vague docs. 0.4, 0.3. Let's see. That almost seems like too many. There's like too many right next to each other. And then 0.4. 0.35. So I'm doing a difference to get like how far away they are from a tree. I don't know if I care about doing that. Wait, let me enable trees here and see. Is it that's like, I mean, I could spawn some mushrooms around that tree. The problem with this difference is because the what should I do here? I should apply mesh bounds to points. That'll help. That'll help. Because those extents were so big. Yeah, I fucking hope so, Hasty. I really do. But by that time, I'll probably be done with all this. Okay, let's turn these back off again. Oh, turning that off affects it. Okay, so I have to keep that on. The way I can just hide it. So the difference like doesn't even do anything at that point. Yeah, I mean, so maybe I shouldn't do that. I apply attribute noise to it. I do that filter. So I'm going to change. I don't know if I need that distance filter, that difference filter. It's for how close they are, right? That seems like it's okay. Yeah, so this is yeah, I couldn't get difference to work like I wanted, but then again, I don't know what I'm doing, just guessing. Yeah, and of course, like there's no textual source to look things up at. You have to watch like YouTube videos, basically. So, this density filter. Make that 2, like the rest of them. That's a lot. 0.9. If I did 0.9. That's a lot. That is a lot of mushrooms. And then we go to here. Okay, that gets rid of a lot. So I want to actually do that first. Change that order of operations. Then we go here. What, that got rid of like all of them? Show me my trees. Yeah, the Electric Dream project, so sluggish to load and crazy graphs not very helpful. Yeah, there is a video that I was watching on it though that was actually helping me a bit. I guess the guys who made it, they do like an advanced kind of deep dive on it. And when they walk through it, they make it make sense, which is really nice. I can find it real quick. Let me check here. Yeah, it's this one right here. Okay.
That I'm going to talk about is the ground, because the ground is really
There you go. Check that out.
constructing itself based on the other two themes. Let me just
Let's watch this a little bit. Let's learn a little bit
because
here.
I've changed it. So close range,
bounded side.
the parameter.
Finally, I think there's a. It's
My bad.
Result of the really or enable the. We
There we
have the surrounding area spline, and
Let's turn
if
my
I
music
pick the large assembly, there's the large assembly spline.
So they have these like
So we
splines,
get
and what he's going to
both
do
of
here
these
is like a
spline,
distance between these two
using,
splines.
all of world actors by tag,
and he's going to use that to
specific
create
tags
a
for each.
riverbed, and it's
and
it's
then
so
we
cool the
symbol
way he
them.
does
so
it.
we create points
See?
for the area surface as well as the area spline, and we do the same thing with the inner shape and the spline of the large assembly. But there are still separate things, like we have a multiple set of points right now, and I'm gonna do some differences in operation, so I end up with one single valid point set that I can work with to spawn the visuals. So the other thing that the first thing actually that we are going to do after sampling the spline is to do the differences.
Do you want to talk about the debug settings? Because I think if you enable debug on the demo, it will show you very big boxes.
Right. And it's like tripods or whatever debug control overrides there, or call it continue. You can right click and go into the menu, but pressing D just enables debug and disable it if it was enabled on the node. As you can see, you can have the world mode, disabling the mode on the
Yeah,
other
so he does the
nodes,
difference. He
and
subtracts that
do
out.
the,
well, it was easy.
So line again, but
Moved it, yeah.
yeah, the surface of the and exit points that are. Now that we have that surface and we've optimized a little bit, so we've removed points under the assembly. What we wanted to do is to create a distance field, or have the information of the distance between each of the spline baked down into the points as a density value and an attribute that we can use down the line to spawn meshes.
So this is
So
what I'm
we've
planning to do
created,
for rivers.
the distance node, and
See, look at that. Isn't that
we've,
sick?
used it with the spline.
And then you can take
points
the
around
density, which
the
is the
surface,
color, and you can
create
use that
distance
to
information and bake it in.
settle
As
it
you can
into the
see
ground
here,
more, the wider it
in
is.
the
And that
distance,
creates like
we
a
have,
riverbed.
set density, and that's why you can see the gradient on the points right now. Okay, now that's pretty cool. We have the distance from the sides, but it's not the only thing that we wanted to do, because it's going to spline. We had to show the debug here.
So I
see
think
that
it's going to
it-
rotate these things as well to get them
We're
facing the
going
right
to
way.
reorient.
Yeah.
There, that the points
So now it follows
from
the
the
right
about the
path.
center up to the inner object, the area.
Blueprint node.
We didn't read true blueprint. You can even point or even we are is that property far, so we get
Operation. It's scripting, very custom thing.
Very easy to prototype with blueprints. You are lossless.
Yeah, and like, it's the same. The nodes are not going to be different and so on. So
talked a little bit about with each
It's so complicated
density
though.
property into your density.
Like I would
And
never
then
be able to figure this out.
what's
on my
interesting
own.
there is that I can do a lot of you put your data transmits there. It's really
Show
the
the
same
show the result.
centimeter to create, and point is that we've back.
He just does a bunch of
the
math here.
position.
Look at that. Look at that.
Multiplication. I can
See how it's like it
show you
settles
the edge
down.
density value that has changed. So now it's not the density value anymore. It's 125 multiplied by the density value. So if I go, that's a riverbed shape that we are looking for before spawning assets on it. Or set of spawn. We wanted to cover because they're all there together in the world.
This is crazy.
Out of splines like this, or
when he like starts
other,
messing around with
meshes
this,
or sampling other things.
Awesome. I think.
Okay. Every roles, 3 main roles. There's the large assembly.
like watch this shit. He just moves that around, generates around it, like fucking nuts.
So you get the idea there. Like the ground is dependent on the large assembly, but it's also dependent on the ditch embankment side.
The thing is, like this ground is entirely made out of static meshes. It's not like terrain.
They're together in the world,
and it's not like a generated mesh.
Let me change, for example.
And that's why the whole thing is like
enabled shape a little bit. Oop. Okay.
And you can move the cliffs here and stuff.
And you'll see that, and that's
yeah. I mean, I know being able to deform things and have it react and stuff is nuts.
The fallen tree,
like that's insane right there. That part is nuts.
Wall would only exist where the ditch embankment is. Okay, so let's dive in the first.
Yeah, that's nuts. Anyways, guys, go check out that video. It's a sick video. I haven't watched all the way through, but I got to like that part and I got enough knowledge to start messing around with this stuff. And then yeah, whenever I start doing rivers, I'm definitely gonna hop back into that video. Cause that's, I mean, he put down a fucking easy tutorial to follow. What were we doing? Yeah, we're dealing with mushrooms. Yeah, a lot to learn. Thankfully, you could probably copy a lot of that, you know. And for me, all I would need to do is have some splines generated. And then really, all I would need is one spline, right? Because I would want to do the inverse. Because he had 2 splines running along, and he wanted the distance away from each edge, which would be, you know, to put me in the middle. But for me, I'm just going to have one spline going through my world. And then I'll just do distance away from that spline. So it'll be the inverse for me. Is this too many? Let me turn this off. Is that too many mushrooms? Maybe a little bit. What do we see? We got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I think that's a little bit too much. 0.99. Like 0.99 is actually, there's like 0 in this chunk though. So what kind of game am I trying to make? So it's going to be RPG colony sim roguelike. And I know that sounds wild. I know. But Vanilla WoW, one of my all-time most played games, along with RimWorld, 2 very different games. RimWorld is a colony sim. And then another game is another one of my favorites is Hades. And so I want to combine the 3 because I love playing all 3 of those games. And I think I can combine them. in a way that's fun, and it's a game that I really want to play. So this gets rid of all those, huh? 0.98. I really don't want to copy the duplicated points here. It is a lot of systems, yeah. But it's an idea I've had for, oh no, I don't know, like a fucking decade now. So it's a game I really want to play, and no one has made it yet. I don't really need multiple points around the trees, do I? Yeah, I mean, I essentially just named like the best of their respective genres, right? What kind of game? So some of my three biggest like inspirations are like vanilla World of Warcraft, RimWorld, and Hades. So I'm gonna make a game that's like an RPG colony sim roguelike. And then there may also be some, Valheim inspirations in there. There may also be some Legend of Zelda inspirations in there. You may see a little bit of Civilization. Those are all like my top games. Yeah, thank you. I think so too. And it's like I said, like I was telling Hasty, it's a game that no one has made yet. And so I really want to play it. And if no one's going to make it, I'm going to. So that's what I'm doing. So this gives me 1 point, transform points. Take this back down to 1. Am I further filtering it here? Okay, so here are our mushrooms. This doesn't seem to actually set. What is the density here? Number of points is 0 here. There's some points. God, the bounds are huge. You see those bounds? Oh, there's a mushroom that got spawned. So, okay, so a lot of them, yeah, I need to lay these on the ground. So I can actually see them. 1. There's some mushrooms. Now let's just get them rotated properly. I think it should be positive 90 now. Where are they? Stop debugging. They are completely upside down. Okay, and what am I offsetting them into the ground or something? I am not, so why is it going to the ground? Why are you under the ground, sir? The brown mushrooms are harder to see. Where are my brown mushrooms at? There's some. Yeah, this duplicate points thing also kind of upsets me. Yeah, we're getting some nice little clusters of mushrooms here, though. There we go. Let's turn the trees back on and see how that looks. Nice. You are kind of floating. Right, because I'm offsetting, that's why. Ugh. Before I spawn them, I need to do this then. To make sure that they're on the ground properly. And I don't think I want rotation. Actually, I think I might. Hey, do I have any now? Uh-oh. Oh, this one got rid of them all? Wait, I duplicated the point. Where did all my mushrooms go? And why? Okay. There's some. It should be splitting them though. Why does this have no data? What the hell? That doesn't make sense. If it's greater than 0.5, then it should go here, right? But it disappears. Why? Oh, damn, maybe I should. I'm gonna change this back. Put it back into an okay state before I get off. It is quite late for me. It's past midnight. But this has been awesome. This has been a great day. Feel like I got a good amount done today. A lot of tree chopping stuff. A lot of PCG stuff, which can be fun, which gets fun. You know what, let me just take a quick stab at getting my foliage back. And then I'm probably gonna hop off here. Okay, so these points are not going to be enough for the foliage. The foliage needs to happen on every single vertex almost. Yeah, I do this, which is a, I get rid of it. This is a slope filter here. Yeah, so we may be back to my original issue that I kind of bypassed, which was the number of points that originally gets generated. There's a lot here, but I need them for... Right, like, that's enough for trees and stuff, but it's not enough for foliage. Maybe I can do a lot of duplication and stuff, but... Yeah, let's see. I've never raided someone before, so maybe we can find someone to raid. Just like someone raided me. Open raid browser. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys for hanging out. I really do love it. I love being able to talk to people and, you know, hear their ideas, hear what they're good at, hear what they're doing in game dev. It really is awesome. So I appreciate every single person here, like just watching, hanging out. And you all care enough to follow and chat and stuff. It's even better. So for real, this has been sick. Now you get to watch me struggle to find someone to stream. Trying to find someone who's doing Unreal Engine stuff. There's a French person. And maybe we'll just send you to someone, one of these top viewers. First game adventures. Does that sound good? Lead code, gameplay. Probably find someone in English, since that's probably what you all understand, since you came here. Oh, here we go. Unreal Engine 5 right here. Udon Engineering. We're gonna send you guys over here.
When dirt and stink lingers deep, clean deep with new Arm & Hammer Deep Clean Detergent. With micro scrubbers that penetrate deep into fibers, it's our most powerful clean yet. Arm & Hammer Deep Clean. More power to you.
These days, everyone's staring at screens and watching their spending. Good vision is more
And we
important
can
than
make
ever,
this a
but so
color,
is saving. That's why
yes.
America's best
Okay, I'm sending you guys over.
Color.
Thank you all for hanging out. Probably will stream
And
sometime
make that.
tomorrow, maybe later in the night. But
Grab this,
yeah, thank
get
you all again.
colors,
See ya.
get a random array item from that, and then pop that into the color. Oh, you're gonna make it a linear color? Yeah, I had a feeling you were gonna do that. Why don't we just make it a fucking linear color then? Like, why? What are we fucking around with? Just change that. I don't care. This is the only place that accesses it. Just do this. Fucking do this. Get a random array item from this one, and do that. There. Wasn't that hard, was it? Cool. So I think we may also want to, like, I want to have it toggle on and off as well, because I want some of them to be on and some of them to be off.
Wait, did I do it?
I figure what we'll do is we'll just have a can we do it?
Wait, how does this fucking work?
Random bool. I love that. I don't think I've ever used this before. I'm just like randomly yes or no.
I thought I clicked
and
it.
then we can
Raid is timing out, yeah.
Set the I guess we
This is
gotta
my
just
first
set the
time,
spotlight
okay.
to
I remember
be,
my first raid. So I clicked it. I clicked start raid. Oh, I have to like click raid now. I see how it goes. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now later. See you guys.
Our skull flashlight, we should be able to toggle between all these colors. So let's actually make a couple of these colors. So make a blue. And okay. Yo, Midrong? My drong or Midrong? I don't know how to say that. Say your name, but thank you so much. Welcome on in. Thank you for that raid. What here, let me get you a shout out from our team here. Midrong raid, what's up? Shout out to Midrong, thank you for that. What were you getting up to? I need to have one of those fancy things that like can actually read the the status of someone and be like, hey, they were last seen playing this thing. Get one of those fancy things, one day we'll get that professional with it. But yeah, what were you up to? How was your stream? Appreciate you bringing your community here. That is awesome. And Zolcher, thank you for that follow. That's a cool name. I think I'm saying that. I have more confidence I'm saying that one right. Working on some PCG Biomes in UE5. Yo, that is nice. I love playing games that have procedural content in them. I'm a big fan of that. A lot of the, especially like kind of building games and all that and exploration kind of shit. But yeah, I've not really dug into it on the Unreal side, so that's pretty cool. You showed up. Yes, I mean this is gonna be the Midrong rave, because yeah, we're just in the middle of setting this up here. So now if I call this function on here and we set up some rave colors, so we're gonna make a little red. We'll make a little green here. So we'll just go all along this color spectrum here. And we're gonna just set random colors. So now if actually, you know what, do you have a begin play by any chance? I think if we go all the way back to here, there may not even be a begin play that